Be seated, members. Good morning, members. Before we start the formal business of this council meeting, I would like to ask the Reverend Samantha Treadwell from St Mary's Church, Scarborough, to lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. As we start this meeting, I'd like to invite you for a moment of quiet and reflection. I'd like to invite you to think about all those people you represent, the agenda for today, all that you would like to achieve today, and those things that weigh heavy on your hearts. A prayer for today. Dear God, we thank you that we freely gather this morning to care for our communities through this meeting. We thank you for all who've gathered today, all the staff who support the meeting, and all the preparations we've made. We thank you for the freedom we have today to debate, argue, disagree, and make decisions for our community. Help us never to forget these democratic freedoms we have. We lift before you, Lord, all of the agenda. Give us wisdom and discernment for each item. Dear God, there will be moments today when we disagree. Give us wisdom to pause, reflect, consider all the options, and make wise decisions for our community. Give us listening ears and open hearts, lots of energy and a touch of laughter. And when we are done today, help us to leave here knowing that we did our best with what we had. We ask this all in your name. Amen.
I would like to welcome everyone to this meeting of North Yorkshire Council here in County Hall. Please note that this will be a live broadcast meeting of the council and will be available to view on the council YouTube site and website committee pages. Please ensure that you use your microphones when speaking, otherwise you will not be heard on the broadcast of the recording. Item 1 today is the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th of May. Regarding the minutes of the annual general meeting of the council held on the 20th of May at page 11 on the papers, is council content that the minutes are correct record? Do I have someone to move the minutes? Councillor Les. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crane. Any against? Any abstentions? One abstention, Councillor Nathan Hall. Can I ask you to vote for the minutes, please? Thank you. Any against again? And one abstention. Any more? No. Item 2 is apologies for absence. I've received apologies for absence from the following councillors: Councillor Barbara Brodigan, Councillor Andrew Lee, Councillor John Catanack, Councillor Gareth Dadd, and Councillor Philip Barrett, Councillor Angus Thompson. Do group secretaries wish to add any others? Item 3, declarations of interest. Can I ask whether members wish to formally make any declarations of interest relating to any item on the agenda? Councillor Carl Arthur.
Yes, thanks, Chair. In item agenda number 16D, 16F, Executive Member for Highways and Transportation, just to announce that I work for Network Rail and that they're involved with the Transform Cities initiative. Also, on that one, I'm the managing director of a small company which may profit from this item. So if this does come up, I'll leave the meeting.
Councillor Peacock.
Yes, I'd like to declare an interest in motion number 2, and because I'm a private hire driver, and on motion number 8, because I'm on the Upperdales Community Partnership. So therefore, I'll be leaving the room for both those items. Thank you.
Any other member declarations? Councillor Duckett.
Just say that I'm a member of the School Transport Appeals Committee, so I'd like that noted, please. Thank you.
Any other members? Councillor Slater.
Yes, sorry, Chair. If we're having to say that we're on the Appeals Committee for Home to School Transport, that is also the case for me.
Does any other member on the Appeals Committee wish to declare? Councillor Basterman.
Same for me, Chairman. I'm on the Appeals Committee. Thanks.
Councillor Paraskos.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a sub on that committee.
Councillor Swires.
I'm on that committee, the Appeals Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Broadbent.
I'm also a substitute on that committee, Chair. Thank you.
I'm told you don't have to declare it, but if you want to.
I was told I did, Chair.
Okay. Item 4 is Chair's announcements. Members will recall that the time for speaking on statements by the leader, executive members and chairs of scrutiny board or any other overview and scrutiny committee is 2 minutes. The overall time allowed for questions and statements to the leader is 10 minutes. The overall time allowed for questions to an executive member or chair of scrutiny board or any other overview and scrutiny committee is 5 minutes. And the time limit for speaking on motions is 3 minutes. Please note that the timer for questions will start after the leader and executive members have introduced their reports and will not include their introduction. We note on the agenda at item 7 that there are 3 notices of motion. As chair, I have to give a ruling on whether we follow our normal procedure of referring these matters to the relevant committee or we debate them today. I have given this a lot of thought and concluded as follows. That the motion on council tax relief for terminally ill will be referred to scrutiny board to determine which overview and scrutiny committee should consider the matter and then make recommendations to council. That the motion on home to school transport policy be referred to scrutiny board to determine which overview and scrutiny committee should consider the matter and then make recommendations to council. On this matter, I will give my reasons. The paper provided to council in support of the motion have not been properly scrutinised prior to submission, as would be the normal case on a major change of policy. I do not believe that full council should be making a decision to change a policy without proper scrutiny and input from the relevant officers and members. I therefore believe that this should not be debated today and referred to scrutiny board in the normal manner. This will allow proper consideration of the issues. I understand that this will mean that changes cannot take place prior to September, but this timetable has been known for a long time. And there is currently a process in place to review the implementation of the existing policy. To consider it today without the benefit of the post-implementation review information would appear to me premature. To prove this point, I understand that the Section 151 officer has stated that the proposal is to partially reverse the policy change, which is scheduled to deliver £3 million over 7 years. The current medium-term financial strategy shows savings of 343,000 in 25-26, and this has been achieved. 553,000 in 26-27 and 545,000 in 27-28. Based on what has been provided so far, there's not enough information to show that there will be no cost to the budget by reversing the policy. Therefore, provision would need to be made to cover the gap in the savings identified in the medium-term financial strategy as a result of this motion. That the motion on the proposed use of the former RAF site at Linton-on-News be debated today. On a sad note, members may be aware that the former Selby District Councillor Humphrey Smith of Tadcaster recently passed away. May I ask you to stand for a minute's silence? Thank you, members. Please be seated.
Can I raise a point of order? If the council was to challenge the ruling that we can't debate the policy today, at what point would it be appropriate to do that?
I will announce that at the correct time. It is item 7, but yeah. Item 5, statement by the leader. The next item of business is the statement by the leader of the council, as at page 23 of your papers. Members of the council may ask the leader questions or make statements on any matter, whether or not raised in the leader's statement. I now call on the leader to make his statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members. As mandated at the last council meeting, I met with Mayor Scaife to discuss his decisions about roads funding. It took some time to arrange such a meeting. Eventually, it was online. It was the day before our deadline for a judicial review. I did actually decline one date that was offered the day after the deadline for the JR. It was clear that he would hold his line about proportions, improvements, and the Mayor's pothole fund. It was also clear to me that this is actually his privilege, and this privileged position is only going to grow in time, especially with the likely new Prime Minister next week. As such, I saw little point in spending money on a JR process. However, In a spirit of wanting to work together rather than against each other, we have agreed that our officer teams will meet to discuss the local transport plan to see if we can come up with more common ground before the decision taking time in October. But I can say that if the Mayor uses his privileged position to disadvantage the residents of North Yorkshire, in our view, then we reserve the right to call it out at that time. Can I congratulate our managers and staff that after only 3 years in, we were shortlisted in 2 Council of the Year awards, one for the Local Government Chronicle and one for the Municipal Journal. We didn't win, sadly, but to be on a short list of 3 or 4 is an excellent achievement and a good reflection on the hard work that they do on behalf of our residents. Can I move to appointments? I'm really sorry that Gareth isn't here today for very understandable medical reasons. This would have been his last meeting as Deputy Leader and Executive Member for Finance. I would have liked the opportunity to publicly recognise that service that he has fulfilled. I would now like to appoint Mark Crane as Deputy Leader. He will keep his existing portfolio as the local plan is one of the most important pieces of work we still have to do. Gareth was also responsible for transformation, and this will pass to Councillor Phillips. The new Executive Member for Finance will be Councillor Peter Wilkinson, who did the same role quite excellently at Hambleton District Council. These appointments will become effective at the end of this meeting, and I wish both of them well in their roles. Chairman, I'm aware that I have 4 or 5 questions.
I've received a number of pre-submitted questions, so we'll take these before I take any from the floor. Councillor Rich Moore, regarding the question of NHS data sharing.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Leader. Given the ongoing integration of the NHS Federated Data Platform delivered by Palantir Technologies within NHS organisations across the Humber and North Yorkshire Integrated Care System, and noting that the government is currently reviewing the contract ahead of a forthcoming break clause decision, will the Leader join me in calling upon the Humber and North Yorkshire ICB to freeze any further integration of the FDP until that review has concluded and its findings have been made public? Thank you.
Thank you, Rich, for your question, which I understand you're also going on to talk about Sheffield City Council and how they had actually adopted that same position. So all I was going to say to that was, well, Sheffield must do what Sheffield wants to do, and we'll do what we want to do. So my short answer to you, Rich, is no, I won't. Many health organisations value Palantir. The results, as you rightly say, are being evaluated. The government will decide on whether we continue with this, as will the ICB, if the government allows them to continue with it. That's their job. However, I am happy to ask them to consider this matter carefully.
Councillor Derek Pasterman.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Leader. Leader, I rise this morning as Chair of the Local Government Association Coastal SIG and seeking your support, Leader, in a letter that I have written to the Minister, Keir Mather, regarding the Coast Guards and the withdrawal of their funding. These are extremely important people who get paid a pittance of £11 an hour, taxable, for the first 3 hours and then nothing thereafter. Leader, members, bear in mind this is a blue light service, and just because it says Coast Guard does not mean to say that they don't do work in Selby, Skipton, Scarborough or the Squaledale area. They've been involved with flooding issues, search and rescue, and assisting fire and rescue wherever possible. You never know when you may need them, so it does affect each and every one in this room. And they attend incidents where a lot of other people wouldn't want to attend where some poor soul maybe has taken their life and have to be rescued or recovered from the bottom of a cliff. I'm talking about cliffs, leader. These brave people, men and women, dangle off cliffs in my area of 500 foot on the end of a rope for 3 hours pay. Recovery may take longer than that, but after 3 hours they get no pay whatsoever. To that end, leader, as chair of the LGA Coastal SIG, representing nearly 60 other local authorities from the Scottish borders round to the Welsh borders, I will read out, if I may, leader, my 4 paragraphs here. Number 1, pause implementation of the proposed changes to allow further engagement and consideration of alternative models, including full consideration of the application of the firefighter retention scheme for CROs. CROs are the 4th emergency service and should be treated as such. Government must not just rely on charities to maintain statutory rescue services. Number 2, undertake meaningful consultation with serving Coast Guard rescue officers, elected representatives and coastal stakeholders regarding the long-term structure of the service and remove those who are pushing a heavy-handed approach. We have already witnessed how this has happened through the Royal Mail. We do not want to see the same scandal again. An inquiry should be held in the House of Commons Transport Select Committee with the APPGs in relation to this matter, with full consultation with the CROs. Number 3, publish the assessment of the potential operational impacts on recruitment, retention and emergency response capability before implementation. Recognise the exceptional contribution the CROs make to the safety of our coastal communities, and remembering
Councillor
that
Bastman, you have 2 minutes to ask a question. You're well in excess of that.
I'll wind up, Chairman, thank you. I would ask that full impact be reported. I did reply to the Minister on the 6th of June. He hasn't replied. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek, for this question. I mean, we've been part of the LGA Coastal Special Interest Group since Unitary, and it's a very valuable body that really I knew nothing about until we actually joined it. And Derek, I congratulate you on now being the chair of that body. You certainly know considerably more about this issue than I do, but Coast Guard rescue officers do an important job, and it's supplemented with volunteers and charities, but it should not be replaced by volunteers and charities, especially when the savings that are proposed are actually quite small in the scheme of things, especially when that is compared to their value. Derek, I'm very happy to write to Keir Mather as the Minister involved, as you suggest, and perhaps we can work on a letter together. Thank you.
Councillor Myers, a question regarding housing.
Thank you, Chairman. Leader, in North Yorkshire, as in many areas of England, there is a serious shortage in the provision of 1-bedroom accommodation, and most particularly in terms of social and temporary housing. Despite this, the Local Authority Housing Fund Round 4 excludes any funding for the delivery of 1-bedroom temporary accommodation. Could I ask you to write to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government and ask him to look at this anomaly and to engage with North Yorkshire's members of Parliament to harness their support for a change in government policy on this issue?
Thank you, Simon, for this question. I mean, this is clearly an important issue which is often overlooked, and clearly it has been in this case. I think it's important that we do try to bring it to government's attention. Happy to work with you on drafting a letter, and also to brief our MPs at the monthly meeting that we hold with them and ask them for their support.
Councillor Haslam, a question regarding Brierley Homes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Les, when this council approved lending to Brierley Homes supported by the executive, no provision was considered necessary against the loan. The report revenue monitoring presented at the performance monitoring executive dated 26th of May 2026 proposed creating a 7 million reserve for the potential non-payments of part of that loan. Could you explain what has changed since the original lending decision that has led the Section 151 officer to advise this provision? Specifically, is this because the council's assessment of the likelihood of full repayment has changed, or is it purely a prudent accounting requirement? And given the new managing director and the 5-year recovery plan referred to in the report, what actions are now being taken by the council as a shareholder and lender to reduce the risk and ensure that the loan is repaid in full, therefore protecting taxpayers' money and also allowing us to be able to spend or not spend that money elsewhere? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haslam. Thank you for the question. I've got one eye on the clock, and I don't think I'm going to get through my answer in 55 seconds, but I will circulate the full answer to all members after this. We did an independent external review of the company. We requested that the findings were reported to executive September 25. New managing director has been appointed to the company February 26 with a remit to establish a short, medium, long-term plan. Following this appointment, a strategy has been produced. The current plan identifies that 7 million of the existing loan may be outstanding at the end of the medium term. On the basis of this, a provision for this forecast outstanding loan has been included as part of the close down process for 25-26. I think that is prudent and appropriate financial management. May I finish as quickly as I can, Chairman? By making this provision, I think it's important to note the council is not providing any further funding to Brierley Homes. It is just ensuring that £7 million of council funding is effectively set aside for any irrecoverable losses should they materialise in the future. Provision will be kept under review, and any of that provision will be released back to general reserves if it becomes clear it's not needed, as we hope it will not be needed. Council monitors the company robustly, as it does with all Brierley Group companies. There's quarterly financial and company performance information, and it's also reported to the council's shareholder committee, which, although being an executive committee, is open to all members to attend. And I would encourage those members who have concern to actually attend the shareholder committee. There's a couple of members joined us for a couple of meetings 3 years ago, and nobody has come since. I think that's all I'll say, Chairman, and I'll circulate the full answer.
We have run out of time, I'm afraid, members. I am going to allow one more question, and that's from Councillor Steve Shaw-Wright, who indicated very early on.
Thanks, Chair. It's not so much a question, it's supporting the leader in saying, sort of farewell to Gareth. I had prepared something, but seeing as he's flat on his back at the moment, I'll reserve those for later. But it's also a welcome to Councillor Crane, and another mention for the Selby MP, Keir Mather, who contacted the leader a while ago saying there was nobody from Selby on the executive. Almost within a week, Mark Crane had moved from over there to the executive. Within 12 months, he's deputy leader. God knows the influence that Keir Mather has on this authority. So possibly next May, welcoming Mark as leader of the authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Item 6, public questions and statements. There are 4 public questions or statements before the council today. I would remember those present that there is a strict limit of 3 minutes for public questions and statements, and 30 seconds for any supplementary question. which has to arise out of the answer given to the initial question. And I will enforce this strictly. A supplementary question may arise directly out of the original question or the reply and is permitted solely for the purpose of clarification of the information provided in response. Copies of the questions have been circulated to all members ahead of this meeting. I will take the public questions in the order that they are received, and so I will call upon Kate Helm to put her question.
Two years ago, this council made a decision based on predictions. Today, you have something you didn't have then. 2 years of seeing how the school transport policy works in practice. As the School Transport Action Group, we have spent those 2 years supporting families, challenging inconsistencies, analysing data and listening to parents from every corner of North Yorkshire. We have watched this policy unfold in real life. So I want to ask a simple question. At what point do we stop trying to do the wrong thing better and do the right thing? Because the problem is not how the policy is being implemented. The problem is the policy itself. Nearest school only doesn't fit the reality of rural North Yorkshire. In many of our villages, there is no alternative transport. There is no bus, there is no train, they can't walk to school. Without a school bus, children cannot get to school, and they can't get to the school they're guaranteed a place at unless their parents drive them. This isn't just an inconvenience. If parents are forced, then parents are telling us they are forced to reduce their hours, to leave their jobs, or to change their children's schools because the lack of transport makes their catchment school impossible. We have surveyed families starting secondary school this year. 85.5% of people said there was previously a single bus from their village. 98% have said the communication about the policy was unclear. This isn't because parents aren't reading things properly. This is because you can't undo generations of community and school ties and the simplicity of communities being linked to a catchment with a couple of letters. 74% of those respondents are not eligible for free transport, and 63% don't have a backup plan if they don't get a bus pass. Parents have described this as stressful, damaging, discriminating, a failure, chaos, heartbreaking. I could go on. These are not statistics. They are families. They are children at one of the most important transitions in their life, and there are hundreds of them. For the first time, you've also now seen a transparent financial model built using the council's own published data, and it indicates the savings you are being promised are unlikely to materialise in the way originally predicted. What we've experienced over the last 2 years and what the modelling suggests is pointing in the same direction. There will be more taxis, there will be more officer time, there will be more costs, and families and schools suffering. For over a year, you've been saying, wait for the post-implementation review, and we know we will hear that excuse again today. So I have to ask, what is that report likely to tell you that you don't already know? There have already been 2 public consultations, 2 years of appeals, hundreds of letters, public statements, representations from parents, schools, parish councils. If you don't act today, another year of children will be caught up by a policy that isn't working. Another 340 families will fall through the gap and be punished by this council just because of where you live. You'll be locked into a year of appeals.
I just need to draw to a close, please.
Another year of uncertainty for families and another year of damage to North Yorkshire schools. Please have the courage to change course and bring catchment back. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson, can I ask you to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Ms Helm for taking the time to pose her question here today. The Council agreed when adopting the policy that its operation and impact would be assessed through a post-implementation review before further decisions were considered, and I therefore do not agree that the Council should prejudice the findings of that review by supporting the motion before us today. Nor do I accept the assertion that the policy itself is inherently wrong. The policy adopted in July 24 brought the Council's arrangements more closely into line with the statutory framework and the Department for Education guidance. However, we have retains several discretionary provisions, including protections for pupils with existing eligibility, for reception pupils before they reach statutory school age, and enhanced arrangements through extended rights. Our existing policy remains more generous than the statutory requirements for home to school travel assistance. Much has been said about fairness and choice. However, fairness applies not only to those families who would prefer catchment-based eligibility, but also to all families across North Yorkshire. One of the challenges of a catchment-based approach is that it can create different levels of publicly funded choice depending on where families happen to live. In some areas where the catchment school and nearest suitable school are different, families may effectively have eligibility for transport to more than one school, and in other areas, families may only have eligibility to one school. This means that some families can benefit from a greater range of publicly funded options for others. The current approach seeks to provide greater consistency by linking eligibility to the nearest suitable school and applying the same principles across the county, whilst retaining statutory and discretionary protections where appropriate. Furthermore, any proposal to reintroduce catchment-based eligibility would need careful consideration of both fairness and affordability. It could increase transport costs where catchment and nearest schools differ, create inconsistency and entitlement between communities, and reduce the council's ability to achieve the savings currently included within its approved financial plans. The responsible course of action is therefore to wait the evidence and the analysis from the post-implementation review, undertake any consultation that may subsequently be required, and then make decisions on the basis of the evidence available. Thank you.
Do you wish to ask a supplementary question? If so, then please note that a supplementary question must arise directly out of the original question or the reply and is permitted solely for the purpose of clarification of the information provided in response to your original question. You have 30 seconds.
I think my response would just be that I find it difficult to hear about fairness because this policy discriminates really clearly against rural communities and it discriminates against rural families. And my question is, do you agree that the guidance is actually that's the bare minimum and you have discretion to make it catchment? It's not that you have to stick to the legislation. And also, can you clarify that the policy implementation review is just reviewing the implementation of that policy and it's not going to be an opportunity for us to understand whether the policy is right in itself?
The PIR, the Post-Information Review, will cover many aspects across several directorates. It's a juggernaut of a policy. So all the things that you've commented on today will be covered within that. If there is any changes to be made to the policy, then that will be considered thereafter, the Post-Implementation Review. Thank you again for your question.
I call upon Rob Grant to put his question.
My name's Rob Grant. For a bit of background, I've got a master's degree in transport planning and engineering from the University of Leeds, specialising in transport network modelling, and I've spent the last 15 years working in data and analytics across major UK retail banks, including Yorkshire Bank, HSBC, Virgin Money. Over the past few weeks, we've compiled a database from North Yorkshire Council's own data and developed a transparent financial model to test whether the policy is actually capable of delivering the savings claimed. The model is open for anyone to examine, challenge and test for themselves, something which I'd encourage everyone to do and clearly something that not everybody's taken advantage of yet. The conclusion is simple. The policy was introduced to save money. The analysis suggests it's far more likely to cost money, and there are two reasons for that. The first is transport network fragmentation. Now, what does that mean? It means that transport isn't a collection of individual journeys, it's a network. And you can't make a transport network cheaper by breaking it into pieces because networks are efficient when they work with volume. Under catchment, one high capacity coach collects children from a series of villages and takes them to a single destination. And under nearest school, children from the same village are sent in different directions to different schools. One efficient route becomes several smaller inefficient ones. One coach becomes minibuses and taxis. That means more vehicles, more miles, higher costs. And we tested this not just once, but with thousands of simulations, and the result was consistent. On average, fragmenting established transport corridors makes the network less efficient and more expensive to operate. The second reason is financially inefficient are the financial assumptions behind the projected savings. The council's approach requires and relies on that over time enough families will leave the transport system for these savings to be realised. But what it doesn't consider are two important things. Number one is, what does it cost to transport the children who remain? We've been informed of the hoped for savings and told that they're on track, but no one's taken any consideration of the costs of switching. And what happens when the nearest school becomes the new normal? More families choose their nearest school from the outset and transport demand begins to grow again. Our model attempts to answer these questions in lieu of any sort of council attempt to look at the costs. It includes the additional cost of fragmented routes, smaller vehicles and more bespoke transport. And using the council's own data and transparent assumptions, our analysis suggests these additional costs outweigh the projected savings from the very first year. And it isn't just transitional. Once the policy is fully embedded and nearest school becomes a new normal, modelling suggests that the distribution of pupils across North Yorkshire is likely to leave the transport network between 8 and 10% more expensive than under the previous model. Listen, we all are residents and taxpayers, and we all want this council to save money from the frontline services that need it. And we understand the financial pressures the council faces, and that's exactly why we're concerned. Our analysis suggests that the nearest school is not the financially prudent option. In fact, it's likely to add cost rather than remove it because it's objectively, in principle, less efficient. Bringing catchment back is not only the fairer solution, it's also the financially responsible one. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wilkinson, can I ask you to respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grant, for your statement. The Council's current home to school travel policy seeks to address the issues raised about children in the same community travelling to different schools. Previously, in those areas of the county where the catchment school or schools were not the nearest suitable school, parents had the choice of 2 or more schools where their child would have eligibility for home to school transport. Where different parental choices were exercised in communities, transport was provided to more than one school. The policy introduced in 2024 provides travel assistance for eligibility to their nearest school, and whilst we recognise there will always be some differences due to specific family locations, many communities the nearest school will be the same school. The Council committed to evaluating the impact of the policy through a formal post-implementation review before reaching conclusions about its longer-term effectiveness. The analysis presented presents one interpretation of publicly available data. It does not include a full academic year of data and detailed analysis following the implementation of the policy that was determined necessary to form the PIR review. The purpose of the review is to provide members with a comprehensive assessment which considers not only financial modelling, but also operational experience, transport demand, eligibility data, appeals activity, equality, considerations and future projections. It is also important to recognise that analysis undertaken during the current transitional period does not necessarily reflect the long-term provision. Existing transport eligibility has been protected for pupils who qualify under previous arrangements, meaning that the network continues to operate in a way that reflects both historic and current policy provision. This has enabled pupils to remain at the same school to complete their education, and that was the right thing to do. The Council will carefully consider the evidence relating to route efficiency, network design and future costs through the review process, and members will have the opportunity to scrutinise that evidence when the report is presented later this year. Members should be mindful that the question today is not simply whether one transport model costs more or less than another. Any decision to reverse the current policy would have wider financial, equity and legal implications. The approved financial strategy assumes delivery of savings associated with the policy, and reversing the policy may therefore affect the Council's ability to deliver those savings and could require alternative funding to be identified elsewhere within the Council's budget. Ultimately, that may reduce the resources available to support other Council priorities and services. In addition, any future policy change would need to be subject to consultation and proper decision-making processes. A failure to follow those established procedures could expose the council to legal challenge and create additional costs for taxpayers. For all those reasons, I believe it will be premature of the council to support the motion before the findings of the post-implementation review have been published and considered. Thank you.
Do you wish to ask a supplementary question? And if so, then please note that a supplementary question must arise directly out of the original question or the reply and is permitted solely for the purpose of clarifying the information provided in response to the original question. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think in response to that, I think my main point would be that there's been a fundamental mistake made regarding moving to statutory minimum provision and equating that to being the cheapest. That's a fundamental failing, I think, of this entire process. Equating statutory minimum provision with cheapest is wrong because it's actually moving to the least efficient. Least efficient equals more fragmentation equals more expensive, and it ultimately boils down to a basic point of efficiency. Thank you very much.
I call upon Parish Councillor Peter Vetch to put his question.
Morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today on behalf of Buckingham Parish Council and our families affected by the current home to school transport policy. We understand the need to save money. However, a policy intended to save money must also be fair, rational, workable, and most of all, safe. In Langstrathdale, the north of our parish, the current policy fails on all counts. The catchment area of our parish is shaped by mountains, Pennygent, Fleet Moss, Horsehead Moor. The nearest school measured by walk distance ignores that reality. The secondary school deemed nearest is by road many miles further away than the catchment school. In winter, the direct route is frequently unusable, requiring diversions. Catchment recognised those realities. But this isn't just a Langstrathdale problem, it's why nearest school doesn't work in North Yorkshire. For us, it's mountains. Elsewhere, it's rivers, trunk roads, county boundaries, coastlines. Different communities face different barriers. One policy treating them all exactly the same isn't fairness, and it doesn't work. Your own equality impact assessment warned that rural communities would be disproportionately affected, and 2 years later, that's exactly what we're seeing. We also contend that the policy does not save money, or certainly doesn't save as much as it could. In Langstrathdale, the policy shortens the route to the catchment schools by just 3 miles per trip, and that's an ongoing thing. To take children from the top of the dale to their nearest schools would require 2 extra vehicles, 4 extra journeys, an additional 70 miles a day of school transport in summer and 122 miles in winter. This is not a short-term transitional impact, it's the permanent consequence of fragmenting transport, and here it does not save money. This may be an extreme example, but it perfectly illustrates the wider fragmentation problem now occurring across North Yorkshire. When communities are divided between different schools, transport becomes more fragmented. It's more vehicles, it's more journeys, it's more cost. It's not rural proofing, it's the opposite. Catchment reflected the geography of North Yorkshire, developed over many years, and the way our communities actually live. Nearest school does not. I would therefore ask you to debate the motion today and restore a policy that is fairer, more practical, and ultimately will be more cost effective. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson, can I ask you to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Vetch for his question and for representing the views of Bucton Parish Council. I'm pleased that officers have met with representatives of the parish council and considered the concerns that have been raised regarding the specific circumstances of Langstrothdale. As I have outlined in my responses to the previous question, the council has already committed to considering the full impact of the home to school travel policy through the post-implementation review, and I believe it is important that we allow that process to conclude before reaching further decisions. I fully recognise that North Yorkshire's geography presents unique transport challenges. Mountainous areas, coastal communities, major roads, rivers and long travel distances all influence how transport operates across the county and may affect communities in different ways. The concerns raised regarding journey patterns and rural geography, transport efficiency and practical travel arrangements are precisely the kinds of issues that the PIR review is considering. The review will enable these matters to be assessed alongside evidence from the wider county, rather than through individual examples alone. And I should like to assure Councillor Vetch that the issue that he has raised is being considered as part of the PIR and will be addressed within the report. However, any future consideration of the policy must be balanced local circumstances against wider county-wide considerations, including consistency of entitlement, equity between families, legal compliance, affordability and long-term sustainability. As I have explained previously, changes of this significance cannot simply be implemented immediately. They would require proper consultation, equality assessment and formal decision making. Those safeguards exist to ensure that all residents have the opportunity to be heard and that decisions are both fair and legally robust. The council should therefore maintain the timetable it has already agreed, consider the findings of the post-implementation review and then determine whether any changes are justified based on the evidence available. The appropriate course of action is not to make a further significant policy change today, but to consider the findings of the post-implementation review, undertake any consultation that may subsequently be required, and make any future decisions on the basis of a full and robust evidence base. Thank you.
Councillor Vetch, do you wish to ask a supplementary question? If so, then please note the supplementary question must arise directly out of the original question or the reply and is permitted solely for the purpose of clarification of the information provided in response to the original question. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. 2 points I would make. Firstly, Langstrothdale is not a unique example. There are many communities in which exactly the same thing applies. And whilst maybe most of them are not as extreme as our community, there is no doubt that by doing what you've done, you have caused this type of problem in all sorts of places all around the county. And the other point is about equity. Not equitable to force children to travel in this way. Thank you.
I call on Parish Councillor Victoria Rothwell to put her question.
Chair, my name is Victoria Rothwell. I'm a North Yorkshire resident, a taxpayer and a mother of twins. I'm here today to talk about something that hasn't featured enough in this debate, trust. This policy hasn't just changed how children get to school. It has damaged the relationship between this council and the families that it serves. When we applied for secondary schools, we did exactly what parents were expected to do. We considered our options carefully and listed 3 schools. Our catchment school, over 7 miles away, was our first choice. On National Offer Day, it was the only school able to offer places for both my children. The council's designated nearest school had just 1 vacancy. Like more than 80% of families in our primary school, we accepted the secure catchment places that kept our twins together. We thought we'd done the responsible thing. Then this council refused them school transport. We appealed. The panel's response that we should have rejected those secure places, accepted the single place at another school, and taken the risk, quite high risk, of trying to secure a second place later. As a parent, I simply couldn't gamble with my children's education or risk separating them. That isn't a choice my family should be expected to make. The irony is that there isn't even a school bus to the council's preferred school. Had we followed that advice, the council would almost certainly have faced the cost of providing taxis. Instead, we're paying £1,692 a year from our own post-tax income for the seats on the bus that already passes through our village. As a C-suite accountant, I also struggle to understand the financial logic. But today isn't really only about the money. It's about trust. We've repeatedly been told that measurements are correct. You as councillors have repeatedly been told that the measurements are correct, which we know are not. Yet we've seen routes and distances change. We've been told the system is fair, yet families with identical circumstances receive different outcomes. Trust is built when people believe they're being treated fairly. Right now, many families no longer feel that way. 2 years ago, this council took a gamble. Today, you know the cost of that gamble, and you know it's children who are paying the price. Please don't put another family through what ours and so many others have been through. Chair, this does need to take place soon, this debate. Councillors, you have an opportunity. Show us you're listening, show us you care, restore trust and stop the harm. Bring catchment back.
Mr. Wilkinson, can I ask you to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Ms Roswell for taking the time to raise her concerns today. I do not think it would be appropriate for me to comment on the circumstances of an individual application or appeal, and I will therefore not do so. However, I do not accept the suggestion that the Council's decision in July 24 was a gamble. The decision was follow consultation, consideration of financial modelling, legal advice, equality impacts and extensive debate by members before a decision was taken. At that time, the Council also made a commitment to undertake a post-implementation review once the policy had been fully implemented, so that its impact could be assessed based on the evidence rather than assumption and anecdote. It is important to place the issue in context. Analysis of school allocations showed that for 78.8% of North Yorkshire pupils offered school places, their catchment school was also their nearest suitable school, and they therefore unaffected by the policy change. In 2024-25, more than 10,000 mainstream pupils either received free home-to-school transport or travelled using paid travel permits from a mainstream cohort of over 78,000 pupils. Trust in public services is built on decisions being made fairly, transparently and lawfully. For that reason, it would not be appropriate for the Council to make a further significant change to the home-to-school travel policy before considering the evidence of the post-implementation review that members specifically requested when agreeing the policy. In order to have all the relevant data and information for analysis, this review was agreed for one full academic year after the implementation of the 2024 policy. It is also important to recognise that the motion before Council could not simply reinstate previous arrangements overnight. Any proposal would make a significant policy change would require careful consideration, consultation with residents and stakeholders, equality analysis and informed decision making. Those processes are an established part of how this Council engages with residents and helps ensure that decisions are lawful, fair and robust. Failing to follow those processes could expose a council to legal challenge, including the potential for judicial review, creating costs that ultimately would be borne by the local taxpayers and reduce resources available for other services. For those reasons, I believe the appropriate course of action is for the council to await the findings of the post-implementation review and then consider any future decisions on the basis of a full and robust evidence base. Thank you.
Councillor Rothwell, do you wish to ask a supplementary question? And if so, then please note that a supplementary question must arise directly out of the original question or the reply and is permitted solely for the purpose of clarifying the information provided in response to the original question. If so, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for the response. Just to be clear, yes, the Ombudsman will come back on my particular case with a lot of families. The word gamble that I used wasn't used haphazardly, I can assure you. Careful consideration, if it was applied at the beginning, then we would not be here. All of the lovely people wouldn't be taking time out of their businesses and their work to come here and speak to all of you lovely people. Careful consideration was not applied. It wasn't with the adequate budgeting and it wasn't for the implementation. So I don't use it lightly, but thank you.
Members, we come to item 7 on the agenda, notices of motion. Members will be aware that from my earlier comments under Chair's announcements, I have determined that the motion on council tax relief for terminally ill will be referred to Scrutiny Board to determine which overview and scrutiny committee should consider the matter and then make recommendations to the council. That the motion on home to school transport policy be referred to Scrutiny Board to determine which overview and scrutiny committee should consider the matter and then make recommendations to council. That the motion on the proposed use of the former RAF site at Linton-on-Ouse will be debated today. When motions are referred to a committee or Scrutiny Board, they will be moved and seconded without comment. A member can move that a motion can be put now and one member can speak for 5 minutes on that motion. It is seconded without comment. And then one member may speak for 5 minutes against the motion. Councillor Aldridge, as the proposer of the notice of motion on council tax relief for terminally ill, do you wish to move that the motion be put now and debated today?
No.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Councillor Felicity Condell-Lister, as the proposer of the notice of motion on home to school transport policy, do you wish to move that the motion be put now or debated on the day?
Debated today.
If Councillor, is there a seconder? Sorry.
I'm happy to second that proposal, Chair.
The proposer may speak for 5 minutes and the motion is seconded without comment. As I said, one member can speak for 5 minutes in opposition. Then we take the vote. And we will ask if anyone wants to speak against it. I call upon Councillor Cunliffe-Lister to propose the motion at page 3 of the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that the motion be debated now.
Okay.
Apologies, I thought we were having a vote on a vote. Right, thank you. Chair, 2 years ago this week, this council voted to remove free homeschool transport to catchment schools. The Lib Dems, together with colleagues from across the opposition benches, opposed that decision. We did not believe that a robust financial case had been made, and we listened to the warnings about the harm it would cause to rural families, schools and communities. After 2 years of trying, it's clear this policy isn't working. It isn't working for children. It isn't working for schools. It isn't working for rural communities, and increasingly, it isn't working for this council. We all know this policy needs to change, and I believe we have a moral duty to do so. It is now a question of when. Because if we don't change course today and choose to delay the decision, this will have consequences. Delay means another 340 families being forced to make an impossible choice between the certainty of a place at their catchment school and the certainty of being able to get their child there. Delay means schools already suffering from falling pupil rolls, facing another year of declining income, shrinking budgets, and increasing pressure on staffing and curriculum. So, what's stopping us? Do we need a consultation? No. This would be a reversion to an original policy, and our residents have already been consulted several times on this point. Officers have confirmed there is no legal requirement for a consultation, but if we do have one, it's a poor outcome for next year's intake, but the policy still needs to change and should be considered today. Do we need an equity impact assessment? No, it's not a requirement. Officers have confirmed this. The motion addresses the current inequalities that would be resolved. Is the motion going to cost North Yorkshire residents? Well, members should remember why this policy was introduced. It wasn't about educational outcomes. It wasn't about fairness. It was about saving money. The council forecast relatively modest savings of 343,000 for the last financial year and 553 in this one. Chair, you mentioned that the medium-term forecast savings rise to 2.59 million, but that's just a headline. Dig behind the numbers and you'll find that only 1.4 million relates to current policy savings. So, we are told that the savings are on track, but officers have refused to share with me any data to support this due to it being unverified. So they are relying on data that cannot be relied on. But even if every penny of projected savings were to be achieved, what this council has yet to consider are the costs of introducing this policy, while we wait 7 years for the savings to materialise. The financial analysis model that you have seen uses the council's own published and verified data, which throws into doubt the promised savings. The additional journeys, the transport and the administrative costs to the council have not been properly addressed or taken into account. This was a poorly drafted policy, not properly costed and based on back-of-the-envelope assumptions. And then there are the costs that the modelling fully anticipated, that 70% of families will remain at their school of choice rather than move to their closest school. I'm now going to say out loud what this whole policy hangs on, that it will only create the savings projected if families pay for it, by putting their hands in their pockets, giving up jobs, losing hours at work, and not move school to qualify for free transport. We've also seen the harm to schools, the impact on families, and the consequences of rural communities. We've heard these stories powerfully today. And for all the talk of exceptional circumstances, you'd expect the appeals process to be able to make exceptions and apply the policy leniently. But we all know that just is not the case. And let's not lose sight of the cost of all these additional journeys and emissions that this policy has created. Either new taxi routes that the council is now providing, or cars being driven by families behind buses their children can no longer get on. How can the council's environmental commitments be taken seriously with a policy like this in place? How many tonnes of carbon is this policy going to cost all of us? This is the judgment before us. Leadership means making difficult decisions, but it also means recognising when the decision is no longer delivering what it promised and having the courage to change course. Chair, this is not a major change to policy, it's a reversion to the original policy. On behalf of the families for whom this decision means so much, please don't ask them to wait another year. It's time to stop finding excuses to delay a decision that only this council can make. Councillors, it's time to act right now before harm is done. Hear this motion today. I commend the motion to council and I request a named vote.
Before I take the vote on a name vote, I will ask Councillor Wilkinson to respond.
Thank you, Chair. The advice received from the Chief Legal and Financial Officers of our Council is very clear. We must debate this properly with all the information disclosed and validated, all the risks laid out and understood, and following our custom and practice of over 14 years with proper consultation. That is the right way to do it, and the right place to do it is scrutiny. I do not believe that the unverified impact assessment provides a sufficiently accurate or balanced analysis of what is an extremely complex issue to enable an informed debate today. To enable this council to take evidence-based decisions, I have undertaken that a post-implementation review is to be completed and presented to the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee in September, a matter of 9 weeks away. In the absence of a public consultation exercise, neither do I think it appropriate for the council to determine a revised homeschool travel policy today. As a council, we have always consulted residents about the proposed changes to homeschool travel policy, and this is therefore an established expectation. It is for these reasons that I ask members not to consider this motion today. Many of the matters being raised are not new. Most school catchment areas are long established, and many parents express preferences for schools that are not their catchment school. Approximately 40% of pupils in North Yorkshire attend a school that is not their catchment school. And changing this policy to re-adopt the catchment criteria would introduce for some, but not all parents, a greater choice of schools for which some families would have eligibility for home to school travel assistance. And in some instances, a child could walk to their nearest suitable school, yet qualify for funded transport to a more distant school. It cannot be the case that the council should be responsible for funding this parental choice to a school that is further away. For many pupils, their nearest suitable school would be one of our neighbouring 13 authorities, and this is not new. In 2023-24, 2,356 pupils from North Yorkshire attended a mainstream school outside of the county, many with eligibility for transport. And in that same year, 4,964 pupils from outside the county attended a school in North Yorkshire, more than double the number travelling out. Yet another complex issue within this policy area, but that complexity is not one that is properly reflected in the unverified assessment. This is not a bizarre option as quoted. If a nearest suitable school with available places is situated outside of the county, then it is our statutory duty to provide transport to it, and that would remain the case even if the council were to re-adopt the catchment criteria. The unverified assessment states that 340 pupils are expected to lose their discretionary entitlement to free home to school transport to their catchment school. And in 24, the council determined that the new policy should be introduced on a phased basis and that no child would lose its existing eligibility and no child would have their education disrupted as a result of a cost of approximately £9 million. And this was the right thing to do. The introduction of the policy was expected to achieve savings of up to 4.2 million over the course of the 7-year implementation, and that the level of savings achieved will be subject to a range of factors, including the impact upon parental preferences for school places. The MTFS strategy included a savings estimate of up to 3 million over 7 years. If this council reverses the policy, then at least 3 million would need to be added back into the budget. We are already spending more than £1 million each and every week. Yet there is no proposal about how this will be funded or what services will be cut in order to pay for this proposal. The agreed PIR remains ongoing and will consider in detail the evidence and the issues that have been raised with members over the last 2 years and will provide detailed analysis of the savings that are expected to arise for the implementation of the policy. Consideration of the motion today will preempt all of that in-depth analysis. If changes to this policy are proposed, then as is proper and what this council has always done, a public consultation exercise will be undertaken prior to further consideration by the council. We all want to get this right, a policy that works for students, their parents and the council taxpayer. Members, I do not support debating this unverified, premature notion of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Members, Councillor Cunliffe-Lister has requested a named vote. For a named vote, I require 20 members to stand. We now move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So, members, you're going to vote on whether this matter is debated today or whether it gets referred to scrutiny committee. So those in favour of it being debated today should vote in favour. Those who aren't can say no, and those there is the opportunity to abstain as well. So, Councillor Aldred.
In favour.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Basterman. Councillor Broadbank.
In favour.
Councillor Broadbent. Councillor Andy Brown. Councillor Nick Brown. Councillor Burr. Councillor Chance.
Against.
Councillor Colling.
Against.
Councillor Crane. Councillor Cross. Councillor Cunliffe Lister.
For.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Dickinson.
Against.
Councillor Donoghue Moncrief.
For.
Councillor Duckett.
Against.
Councillor Duncan. Councillor Kevin Foster.
For.
Councillor Richard Foster. Councillor Gibbs. Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Goslow.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grogan. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Haslam.
For.
Councillor Heseltine. Councillor Hugill.
Against.
Councillor Hull. Councillor Ireton. Councillor Jabor. Councillor Jeffels. Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Jones. Councillor Jordan.
For.
Councillor Napton. Councillor Lacey. Councillor Les. Councillor Lunn. Councillor Mann. Councillor Mason. Councillor Moore.
For.
Councillor McCartney. Councillor Morehouse.
Against.
Councillor Murday. Councillor Myers. Councillor Noland. Councillor Packham. Councillor Paraskos. Councillor Parsons.
For.
Councillor Peacock. Abstain, thank you. Oh. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Phillips. Councillor Poskett. Councillor Proud. Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Schofield. Councillor Sedgwick. Councillor Seston. Councillor Sharma. Councillor Shaw-Wright. Councillor Sladen. Councillor Slater. Councillor Soloway. Councillor Staveley. Councillor Swanwick.
For.
Councillor Swires. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Timothy.
For.
Councillor Trumper. Councillor Walker. Councillor Warnecan. Councillor Watson. Councillor Webster. Councillor Wheel. Councillor White. Councillor Annabel Wilkinson. Councillor Peter Wilkinson. Councillor Williams. Councillor Windass. Just give us a minute to count.
Peter Wilkinson is now executive member. So it means he can't be vice chair of pensions anymore, can he?
You fancy a job?
I put my name forward for.
It's a job.
Is it?
The motion stands referred to scrutiny board.
Numbers?
(37) for the motion, 46 against. I call on Councillor Carl Les to propose the motion on Linton on Ouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Should I pause for a while, Chairman?
Thank you, members. We'll resume the meeting. Members. Once again, I call on Councillor Carl Les to propose the motion on Linton on Ouse.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure the 600 adult residents in Linton on Ouse will be pleased that we're now going to continue with this motion this morning. Chairman, thank you for allowing this debate this morning. There is a sense of urgency about this, as the Home Office has already started its due diligence process, and it's important that we make our views known on behalf of the residents that this council represents. I'm grateful to the other group leaders for their consideration of this matter when we had a discussion about this the other day, and I think by and large we're all on the same page. Let's be clear, this is not about illegal migration. It's not even about the policy of housing asylum seekers. I hope we can all agree that they should be housed safely and with dignity. And that policy is for the elected government to decide. Now, leaving aside the very poor way, I would say actually the abysmal way that the communications was handled on this in the first couple of days, as was decided by the Home Office 4 years ago, this is not the right location for many reasons. And as the local member, I'm sure Councillor Taylor, may well want to expand on those. And those reasons haven't gone away. If anything, the infrastructure has got worse. So I hope that this morning, this motion finds majority, if not unanimous support. Thank you, Chairman.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Leader, for that introduction. Members will recall that in 2022, a proposal was brought forward by the government of the day to house an asylum centre at the former RAF base in Linton-on-Ouse in my division. This proposal in 2022 was robustly challenged by the community, the parish council, the MP, Hambleton Council, took legal action, and the Linton Action Group on the grounds that it was the wrong plan in the wrong place to house 1,200 male asylum seekers in a rural village of 600 adults. The current proposal is still the wrong place, wrong plan in the wrong place. Why? Because nothing has changed. And if anything, the compelling case is now stronger not to house them in that rural village than it was back in 2022. I fully recognise that government policy is to relocate asylum seekers from hotels across the country into disused former military bases, and I can see some logic behind that. That is the government policy, and we have seen some benefits from that in North Yorkshire with the closure of hotels. However, the sites that they choose to relocate those asylum seekers from hotels has to be suitable for communities and for the asylum seekers themselves. Many of you may know Linton-on-Ouse, some of you may not. It's a very isolated village with poor communication links. One side there's a rickety toll bridge, which I'm sure Councillor Warnacombe will know well. And the infrastructure is very, very poor. There is no shop, there is no facilities. That's not good for anybody, including the asylum seekers. The infrastructure 4 years ago was poor at the base. It's been decommissioned now, I think, over a period of 7 years. So there was very little 4 years ago. There is even less now. There's no water, there's no electric, there's no utilities at all. It was on the cusp of being put on the open market for sale for a more appropriate purpose. The Home Secretary in the House of Commons has stated that no asylum seekers should be located close to schools or community assets. Linton-on-Ouse Primary School is a matter of about 600 metres from the camp. It's not your archetypal RAF camp that we see perhaps at RAF Dishforth, and it was the former flight training school, and it is bang in the heart of the village. You can understand the anxiety amongst the community. It's not just an issue for Linton-on-Ouse. This is a wider issue. The Home Office has stated that they will use buses to transport these people. By my maths, I think 25 coaches would be needed to transport them into York or Harrogate. Conscious of time, so I'll wrap up, Chair. It is still the wrong plan in the wrong place, and I hope that members across this chamber can support this motion for the reasons outlined. Thank you.
I'm now going to ask if anyone else wishes to speak. I have 2 indications so far. The first is Councillor Napton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I represent Easingwold, which is the nearest town to the Linton-on-Ouse base. But in 2022, Malcolm and I were the representatives for Linton-on-Ouse on Hambleton District Council. And supported by Kevin Hollingreck, the then MP of Linton-on-Ouse, we fought this vigorously. The issue is not about housing people on MOD bases. To me, that makes a lot of sense. The problem with Linton-on-Ouse, as Malcolm has alluded to, is that the base is integrated into the village. Now, in 2022, they had a shop at least, but that has now gone. There is nothing in Linton-on-Ouse for young men or other migrants. It is a completely isolated village, and the communication links between Linton-on-Ouse and Easingwold, or Linton-on-Ouse and York, are poor at best. It's inappropriate for the villagers. It's inappropriate for the asylum seekers. It's just completely inappropriate, and this has been documented, has been well gone through in 2022. So I hope that the minister will listen to this and will refer back to the documents of 2022 and conclude, as everybody has done, that this is an unsuitable location for the housing of the migrants. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to 2022, and I think my memory serves me right. It was Councillor Brown that brought this up. And what happened? There was an emergency motion to go through that. I think the leader decided that it would go for in the letter. Our position hasn't changed. That's the same case. We fully support this. I'm not going to make a big long speech. It's a long day today, and I hope members actually all vote to support this motion. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the fact that the Council Leader's motion opposes the placement of a large number of asylum seekers at RAF Linton on Ouse. However, I must take issue with the accompanying statement that, quote, the motion does not seek to diminish the national obligations to those seeking asylum in this country. With respect, that phrase rather misses the point. Reform UK believes Britain must regain full control of its borders and significantly reduce our current national obligations under the existing asylum system. We cannot continue with an approach that effectively offers near automatic settlement to those who arrive illegally. That is why we advocate leaving the European Convention on Human Rights, so that we can finally stop the small boat crossings and remove those with no legal right to be here. Our policy is clear, Mr. Chairman. We support a compassionate but firm system that helps genuine refugees through safe and legal routes while deterring economic migrants and those abusing the system. Unlimited global obligations under the current framework place unsustainable pressure on housing, services and communities, including here in North Yorkshire. True border control.
What you're saying is not within the gift of this council. We are debating whether or not non-Ouse should be used.
Could I sum up, Chair? I think the comment is probably within the gift of this council. So we therefore urge the leader, when writing to the Minister for Border Security, to go further and press the government not only on this specific site, but on the need for fundamental reform of our broken asylum system. North Yorkshire residents deserve a council that is prepared to challenge the national policy, not merely its local consequences. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Lacey.
Thank you. And consistent with the previous conversation amongst group leaders, I'm certainly supportive of the motion. I'd just like to ask three requests. One, we've heard about the state of the site, if you like. I would urge the leader to lobby the MOD as well, because otherwise this will come back and come back and come back. Clearly, there are issues with the speed of processing, and were the immigration system to be smoother, then we might again not have this recurrent issue. But also ask out of courtesy that the group leaders are, that your proposed letter is shared with group leaders so that we can all reflect the urgency and the significance of the issue. And finally, were unfortunately this proposal to go ahead, I would urge this council to ensure, and I'm sure it would be in everybody's mind, to ensure that those who are settled there are given all due respect, and that we don't end up creating a ghetto. Having just recently travelled in Eastern Europe, that would be a very unfortunate situation. So I'm sure that we will treat any that are, were it unfortunately to be the case, that they are treated with full humanity. Thank you very much.
Councillor Murday.
Thank you, Chair. Well, North Yorkshire and the residents of North Yorkshire have been extremely hospitable and shown themselves an extremely good light in welcoming refugees from all sorts of parts of the world from which they've fled. Just to echo and emphasise what Councillor Lacey has said, I think if this motion fails to move the government, and indeed there is the setup of a refugee centre in Linton, I think it would be extremely wise and very helpful if the council asked and indeed tried to insist that there's a process by which the government and the Home Office process the asylum seekers very rapidly, and indeed put a condition on it and say, look, process 10 of these applicants each day, which I think with an adequate civil service, that should be perfectly feasible, so that the problem will actually go away pretty rapidly. Thank you.
Councillor Donoghue Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to admit, I think when the government was elected in, what's it now, 2024, I did wonder when Linton the News and this use of Linton the News would come back on the agenda. It's actually taken longer than I thought it would. However, I think we do need to cast our minds back to the fact that the reason that sites like Linton the News are now being brought into play is because residents in towns across this country object to these asylum seekers being either housed in hotels, HMOs or whatever near them. I fully understand where the people of Linton on News are coming from, and I fully share their concern. But I would also point out that when a hotel in Northallerton was dismissed from being used for asylum seekers, this council and its leadership welcomed that decision not to use it. Given that the council says that individuals seeking asylum must be housed appropriately and respectfully, where in North Yorkshire, what communities is it saying are suitable? Because it's saying Northallerton isn't suitable, it's saying Linton on News is unsuitable. There are still thousands of people, and even if they get processed through the asylum system, more are replacing them every day and every week in this country. So I'd like some clarity. Where do we suggest that they go? Because even if you put them into HMOs, we know what happens even when you have UK-born residents in HMOs. We can see what's happening in Scarborough at the moment. What type of places are suitable? Because the people of Epping didn't think they were suitable. The people in Linton News perfectly well think they're not suitable. Where are you suggesting is suitable? And can you find me the resident across North Yorkshire or across this country who wants to live near such a site?
Councillor Steve Shawright.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a bit much that we start debating removing the country from European human rights. It's a bit much we debate that we're not using hotels anymore and we're putting them in camps somewhere, because the people who started the hotels and opened the hotels, I think, was a Mr. Jenrick, who I think is now a member of the Farage Party. The Farage Party was the Brexit Party that took us out of Europe, took us out of the Convention of returning people who landed on these shores directly back to France. It's their fault, not ours. And I think what we don't want to see in this chamber with a packed, they've all gone, with a public gallery of none debating issues that got absolutely nothing to do with this council. We accept Linton on Ouse is the wrong place. We accept possibly it's the right place for a windfall housing site. I'll just throw that one in for good measure. But as the leaders group met, we believe it's the wrong place and we support the decision to send the letter. I would agree. I don't mind sending a joint letter. I probably won't get told off for that one. But we will do all we can. But if we do get migrants and we have them in Selby, they're integrated. The first ones that came across from Syria, 2 of the children are now in their final year of qualification, one to be a pharmacist and one to be a doctor, both going to work with the NHS. They contribute a lot towards the local community. And we have to accept that when migrants come, they don't come here for an easy life. They are leaving really, really terrible situations. A lot of that caused by us. And we have to accept that, Chair.
Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were actually here to support our residents. And that's all. We had supported them last time that Linton on Ouse was named. So did Hambleton, did quite a lot of legal work on trying to stop it. So we've got that documentation and we should be using that. This council opposed Linton on Ouse last time, and we should be opposing that again. It is the wrong site for a large number of single male refugees. Where they go, what type of housing we offer, that's a different conversation, and that's something else we would think of. We haven't said we're not welcoming refugees. We simply said not there and not in that concentration. And I beg you all, please just support this motion and then be prepared, if we're not listened to by government, which we were last time, to stand outside the place and stop people accessing it. And I think it'd be rather fun if we all chained together outside the Linton on Ouse airbase. But I don't particularly want to be attached to certain people, but I will swallow my pride.
Likewise, Councillor Parsons. Councillor Seston.
Thank you, Chairman. I originally wasn't going to speak. I thought Councillor Mann spoke quite well for the Reform Group. I agree that this is addressing the symptoms, not the problem, and that addressing the problem is slightly beyond this chamber. However, I would just like to remind people of a quote from Rachel Maskell MP, referring to refugees coming into the country. We need to shout so much more and say that 20,000 is not enough, 30,000 is not enough. We will keep going until we hit our saturation point, because what does it matter if we have to wait another week for a hospital visit, or if our class sizes are slightly bigger, or our city is slightly fuller? What does it matter if things are slightly more challenging? If we have to pay a little bit more into the system, surely it's worth it to see those lives being restored again. Well, Rachel Maskell's been on TV complaining about the lives getting restored at Linton on Ouse because they're likely going to be bussed into York. So we'll be backing this motion, but again, we're trying to fight the symptoms and not the problem. Thank you.
Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Very unusually, I find myself agreeing with Councillor Parsons, which is an event in itself. However, much has been said about immigrants and migration and so forth. We need to make a distinction here, and we all fall foul of this. There is a distinction between an asylum seeker who is fleeing for his or her lives and those that are economic migrants. We need to welcome our asylum seekers because of the persecution they might suffer, and we need to look very carefully at whether we want to house economic migrants and whether we want economic migrants here in this country. But let's not underestimate the value that they can bring, because those people in general do the jobs our own people don't want to do. So they'll work in farming or they'll work in the care sector. So we need to be really careful when we go down the debates of this nature. But I absolutely stand behind the fact that Linton on Ouse, with the concentration that is suggested, is entirely the wrong place. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Myers. Are you going to be brief?
I'm going to say move to the vote, Chairman. I'm afraid everything becomes an opportunity for people to start their election campaigns. I wish they wouldn't. Let's conduct the business of the council.
Councillor Les, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Chairman, let me be very brief. I mean, in the 20 plus years that I've been here, I've always thought we've had better debates in this chamber when we leave national politics at the door and actually just talk about what's important for North Yorkshire residents. And we should concentrate on what is within our gift. Yes, the points that were made about should we show respect to people if, unfortunately, the government holds to its position and Linton on Ouse becomes the asylum site. Of course, we should do that if that happens. But we do that already. There are numerous sites around the county where we show compassion and dignity and respect to people who are here, not because of their choice, but because they feel they've got nowhere else to go. And I could mention ones in Catterick, I can mention sites in homes in Ripon and in Harrogate, and Heather could list a whole load more because she's responsible for that part. But I can agree with Peter Lacey when he asks, will I share the letter with the group leaders? Of course I will. That goes almost without saying. And with regard to the stuff that Reform are coming out with, well, stick it in your election leaflets, but I'm not joining up to it.
We will now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Unanimous. Any abstentions? No, unanimous. Thank you, members. Next item on the agenda is notice of motion on supporting and strengthening community transport. The notice of motion on supporting and strengthening community transport was referred to Scrutiny Board at the full meeting of the Council on the 20th of May. Scrutiny Board then determined that the Transport, Economy and Environment and Enterprise Overview and Scrutiny Committee was the best place to consider the matter and report back to Council with recommendations. This committee met on the 6th of July and their report and recommendations are included in the papers. Members will be aware that the Constitution, Council Procedure Rule 11, states that the Executive or a committee report back on a motion with its recommendations. One member may speak for 3 minutes to introduce the findings and recommendation, and then the mover or seconder of the original motion may speak for 3 minutes to either oppose or agree the recommendation. There will be no moving of amendments in relation to questions upon or any other discussion of any or questions in the motion prior to the vote being taken. I call on Councillor David Staveley to move the recommendation of the Transport, Economy, Environment and Enterprise Committee as at page 25 in the main agenda.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll move the recommendations as laid out in 4.1 A, B and C to members. Do you want me to speak now on this? Yep. Obviously, as we often do at TEE, had a full and frank debate on this. I don't think there was any disagreement that the issues of community transport are important. I think it was the methodology through which we would look at improving that service. And clearly, as this has gone towards the mayoral authority now, the combined authority, members felt on balance that it was best served in the way stated rather than setting up a working group that would work in parallel and probably be duplicating effort that was already underway by the combined authority officers. So I'll make that recommendation. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Basterman, thank you. Councillor Costello, as the proposer of the original motion, do you wish to speak?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I'm disappointed, but thank you for letting me to speak in response to the recommendation of the TOV and scrutiny. North Yorkshire Council likes to describe itself as the most local of largest councils, a council with devolution as one of its core pillars, a council that says it's committed to strong communities and local decision making. And yet, once again, we're looking at a recommendation not to progress a motion that does exactly what those principles demand. Building a local strategy and framework for community transport shaped by the people who run it, rely on it and desperately need it. Instead, we are told it'd be a waste of officer time and resources. These are officers who already work on community transport, officers for whom community transport is already part of their remit, officers who would benefit from a structured working group, clearer expectations and better coordination across the system. The officer report makes the case for this action. It describes the sector that is fragile, facing rising costs, volunteer shortages, and increasing pressure from health-related journeys. It warns of potential for an increase in missed health appointments and poorer outcomes if provisions weaken. It highlights the need for a proactive and preventative approach to help residents live longer, healthier, more connected lives. That's not a luxury. That is core adult social care policy, prevention, independence, and reducing long-term demand on statutory services. A stronger community transport network does exactly that. It keeps people active, it keeps people connected, it delays or prevents the need for formal care. And therefore, it saves the council money in the long term. My motion was a wise investment of time and resources. But instead of taking an opportunity, we are, again, stepping back and waiting for the Mayor and the combined authority to decide the future of community transport for York and North Yorkshire. We are pushing decisions about the most local transport model further away from communities. We are saying, we'll wait and see what the regional strategy looks like. But what if the Mayor doesn't do it? Or the Mayor's model is not a good fit for North Yorkshire rural communities? What happens if the combined authority's priorities are York-centric and doesn't reflect the realities of our villages, our market towns, our dispersed populations? Will we work collaboratively? With what data? With what evidence? With what locally shaped framework? Or will we find ourselves outraged after the fact, spending taxpayers' money on legal letters and retrospective arguments about why the regional model doesn't work for us? Because without a local strategy, without a clear understanding of our own needs, without a structured partnership with providers, we'll be reacting, not shaping. And that is exactly what this motion sought to prevent.
Thank you, Councillor Oslo. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. I remind you that you're voting in favour of the recommendation from the TE&E committee. Any against? Have we any abstentions? Okay. The motion is passed. Item 9, report and recommendations of the executive. I will now address the recommendations of the executive committee from the executive at the page in your papers. There is one matter that has to be recommended to council for decision. This is the recommendation on page 32 of your papers regarding proposed amendments to the council's constitution, as set out in Appendix E of the report on the Limited Liability Partnership Housing Joint Committee, joint venture with Lovell Partnerships. Please note that this is not a vote on the proposed joint housing venture with Lovell itself. And I call on Councillor Les to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for that clarification. It's not about the JV itself. This is about how we hold the JV to account. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I have no problem with joint ventures and strongly support trying to build more social housing, but I can't agree with this and simply wade through an unreliable constitutional change. It might not work now with the individuals in question, but it cannot possibly work as a secure long-term arrangement that works regardless of which political group leads this council. I was 75 yesterday, and I spent quite a bit of my youth having fun. I misspent rather too much of my older years sitting in audit committees, overseeing financial arrangements and checking the security of controls. I've rarely seen a more risky and insecure arrangement. The shareholder committee consists entirely of one political grouping. Makes decisions about millions of pounds and the value of our land, and it makes decisions about joint ventures with private sector companies. It's very easy to get those decisions wrong if everybody comes from one political party. We don't have a great track record on our joint ventures. We've heard only today about £7 million extra being earmarked just in case things go wrong with Brierley Home. And other councils have made much bigger and more alarming mistakes as a result of one party making those decisions. The membership of the shareholder committee at the moment consists of Carl, Gareth and Mark Crane, and I genuinely do believe these are all good people. But, where is the dissent and where is the questioning going to come from if things change? What happens after the next election? Let's suggest that, for instance, the Green Party romps home with a huge majority and dominates this chamber, as I'm sure you're all putting your money on. If my colleagues on the right here win a landslide at the next, is this a secure arrangement in all circumstances? If you're going to make a constitutional change, it has to work not for today, but for all circumstances, and therefore suggesting that we should refer this to the shareholder committee arrangements to the constitutional working group with a view to enhance representation from opposition groups and increasing scrutiny. So I repeat that again. I'm proposing that we refer the decision. I'm not suggesting we don't make the decision today, but I'm suggesting we refer the arrangements for the shareholder committee to the constitutional working group with a view to enhance representation from opposition groups and increase security. That's a formal proposal.
Is that a formal amendment? Because we need it in writing.
Thank you, Chair. I really just want to support Councillor Brown. We've actually seen today about a potential 7.5 million loss, and I think before we move further, full council, not just one side of the council, should be involved. So I support Councillor Brown's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Haslam.
Thank you, Chair. I don't believe this council has a good governance track record, and I think I'd like to support Councillor Brown's suggestion, because I do believe that we could suffer from groupthink, and if the group isn't the current group, then we are not planning for the future. And so I would say we should look at not only what party they come from, but also whether they're competent enough to complete this role. Thank you, Councillor Parsons. So my point is I support Councillor Brown. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Barry Khan to give us a legal position on this, please.
Thank you. So before you, members, you have an amendment that has been proposed and seconded. And I just want to clarify the amendment, because the amendment says refer the shareholder committee arrangements to the constitutional working group with a view to enhance representation from opposition groups and increasing scrutiny. I presume it is to approve the recommendations as is and to refer the shareholder committee arrangements to the constitutional working group. So that's before members now. That's the motion that's being debated. So if there are any speakers on that amendment, do so now.
Steve.
Thank you, Chair. I can sort of understand where Andy's coming from, but then it all goes into a blur because we have a constitution working group that changes the constitution almost every time we meet. If we change the constitution that says a subcommittee of the executive, which is what the shareholder committee is, has members that are not members of the executive on but represent the opposition, which opposition group? The independents, the independents, the Green independents, Reform, Restore by next week, Labour, Liberal Democrat, which I think we've got, Independents, Tories and Tory independents. So we could have a committee of at least 12 deciding probably nothing. But if we do amend the constitution, the day after the elections, whoever wins can simply change the constitution back like they have done in areas in West Yorkshire, where the ones that have got a leader actually, because I think there's some in West Yorkshire who still don't have a leader because they don't know what they're doing. But could I just say it is pointless when we have seen Carl stood up and said people can go, observe, speak, watch, comment on any committee. And to be fair to Carl, the ones I've turned up, you're invited to speak if you wish. And I think it's incumbent on members to attend those meetings to see what's going on. I totally agree about Brierley Homes, and I know we've rescheduled another briefing to discuss that as well. But I just think trying to amend constitutional bits with bits that don't make any sense is really pointless. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Barry Khan to give us the legal position on the committee?
Thank you, Chair. So the executive provide the functions of being the owner of any of our companies. So that is an executive decision and it gets dealt with by the executive. Under the constitution, the shareholder committee is then set up as a subcommittee of the executive, which then exercises the council's rights as ownership. So you don't have to have a shareholder committee. It could just be the executive making those decisions. Clearly, the composition of the executive is a matter for the leader to determine. Having a subcommittee is similar. It's a matter for the leader to determine, but it should include, well, it has to include members of the executive. So there will be a legal difficulty in having full voting rights on the shareholder committee because it's merely a subcommittee of the executive. If I could suggest maybe if they want to vote on the actual motion before you and just refer the matter to the Constitution Working Party, and therefore the Constitution Working Party can look at this arrangement and other arrangements about how you could exercise scrutiny roles over the shareholder committee, may be a preference. But you have a motion before you. I'm just warning you that my legal advice would be you don't have necessarily opposition members on a shareholder committee because it has to be members of the executive, and that clearly will be a matter for whoever the council determines is the leader. So with that clarity, you're all looking very confused. So currently you do have an amendment before you, which you can vote on. Do you want to continue with that, or do you just want to vote on the matter and then just have a commitment that it gets referred to the Constitution Working Party?
I mean, what I'm proposing is very simple. This is very complicated. So I'm referring it to the Constitutional Working Party to look into it properly, to help represent the Labour Party better, and not to get involved in complicated decisions about which group does it, but just to try and improve scrutiny. And I would hope and trust, I think, that some of my colleagues opposite might think about the issues of representation and also be looking for routes to make sure this is more public. This is a big change, and there's a lot of money involved and a lot of land involved. And I would think if I was in your position, I would want to have the defence of being carefully scrutinised by people in the room as a matter of right, rather than occasional visitors in the room. So I strongly propose people refer it to the Constitutional Working Group, let them have a look at it and bring back some proposals that might work. And if they don't, they don't.
Councillor Colling.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Brown, for being concerned about the Labour Party and having our voice heard. Thank you. But some of you will also remember that the joint venture originated with Scarborough Borough Council, and I'm very familiar with it. I'm also very familiar with getting wound up and passionate about an issue and turning up at the meeting. So if something was to come up at the shareholder committee that I wanted to have oversight on and I wanted to make my point on, I would travel to Northallerton for what is a half-hour meeting to make that point. So I don't believe we need to change the constitution because the leader determines the executive populates the shareholder committee. However, I am content if the Constitution Working Party wants to look at it. But thank you, but I don't need your help.
Does anyone else wish to make a submission on this? Can I ask, Councillor Myers?
It's only to ask for the customary clarity from Barry about whether Councillor Brown has now withdrawn the amendment. If that was what he was saying, because sometimes people talk a lot and they don't actually say much. So sure he'll forgive me. So I just wanted clarity on that and whether we can simply vote on the perfectly sensible proposal that's been put forward.
Councillor Brown. Okay.
So
Sorry,
the motion,
can you read the?
So the motion before you now, I think everyone's spoken, so you may want to go to a vote on the amendment. So this isn't whether this becomes the substantive motion, is to approve what's before you and to refer the shareholder committee arrangements to the Constitutional Working Group with a view to enhance representation from opposition groups and increase scrutiny.
Councillor Les, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Well, only to say I wish Andy had actually withdrawn it because I think this is unnecessary, Andy. We could have voted on the original proposition and the Constitutional Working Party could have had a look at it. I'm afraid I'm going to have to say I'm going to vote against the amendment because I just think it's unnecessary.
No other speakers? Right, so we'll move to the vote then. And this is a vote on the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those against the amendment? Any abstentions? No abstentions. The amendment fails. Now we'll go to the vote on the main motion. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. It is my intention to break for lunch at 1 o'clock. The next item on the agenda, item 10, is the annual report of the Police, Fire and Crime Panel, and I call on Peter Wilkinson to move the recommendations at page 36.
Thank you, Chairman. After 14 years as a member of the panel, this is the first and last annual report I will be delivering to this council. The Police, Fire and Crime Panel provides a check and balance function in relation to the policing, fire and crime functions of the Mayor of York and North Yorkshire, David Scaife. It comprises councillors from North Yorkshire Council and the City of York Council, together with 3 independent co-opted members. The panel's annual report 2025-26 provides a summary of its activity over the last year in relation to scrutinising the performance of the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for policing, fire and crime. The report notes key areas for scrutiny, panel development and an outline of the key areas of interest over the coming year. The panel has effectively conducted its statutory business in relation to reviewing and making recommendations on the Mayor's council tax preset proposals for both policing and fire. In addition, the panel has incorporated a number of key areas for scrutiny within its programme of work over the last year, including scrutiny of how well hidden harms such as wildlife crimes are being tackled in rural area, scrutiny of the management of police complaints, reviewing the outcome of the latest inspection report for North Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Services, and the scrutiny of the Community Risk Management Plan consultation. I'm happy to take questions on the report, Chairman, or move the recommendations.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Aldred. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Councillor Soloway.
Just a very quick urge for this committee to look at the traffic accident statistics. I've requested these off my local police traffic organisation, and I think that the committee should request this. It might help in our argument against the disparity of funding that our new elected mayor has, because if we are suffering more road traffic fatalities and collisions on our roads, it strengthens our argument. And I think that I very much think you should pursue that, if we could all pursue that.
Anyone else wish to speak? No. Okay. As the council is being asked to note the report, there's no need to vote. Item 11, the annual overview and scrutiny report. And I call on Councillor Karen Sedgwick to move the recommendations on page 50 of your papers.
Thank you. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to present and commend the Overview and Scrutiny Annual Report to Council. This report highlights the significant contribution that scrutiny has made over the past year in supporting effective decision making, holding the executive to account and helping to improve the lives of our residents and communities. This has been my final year as Chair of Scrutiny Board, and I would like to thank all members of the Scrutiny Board and our Overview and Scrutiny Committees for their dedication, constructive challenge and commitment throughout the year. Together, we have considered a number of complex and sometimes challenging issues, approaching each with diligence, professionalism, and a clear focus on achieving the best possible outcomes for the people that we serve. The report demonstrates that scrutiny has consistently provided fair, balanced, and evidence-led challenge. Our role is not to oppose for the sake of opposition, but to offer constructive scrutiny, ask the right questions and support transparency and accountability in the Council's decision-making processes. The report reflects the positive cross-party approach that members have taken. We have engaged with a wide range of topics, listened carefully to the views of residents, partners and stakeholders, and made recommendations aimed at strengthening services and improving performances. I hope members will find the report informative and recognise the important role that overview and scrutiny plays within the Council's democratic framework. It has been a real honour and privilege to serve as Chair of Scrutiny Board, and I would like to wish Councillor Baker, every success as the new chair. I know she will find the position both rewarding and fulfilling, and I'm confident that the board will continue to go from strength to strength under her leadership. I would also like to put on record my thanks and appreciation to Daniel and the officers that have supported me, enabling me to carry out my role. Thank you. So I would like to commend the report. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Baker, thank you.
Can I also add, Chair? I'd like to thank Councillor Sedgwick for chairing the scrutiny board, and I hope to be able to live up to the standard she has set. And I second this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? No. We will now move to the vote. All in favour, please show. Those against? Any abstentions? No. Unanimous, thank you. Item 12, the annual report of the Audit Committee, and I call on Councillor Cliff Lunn to move the recommendations on page 73 of the main agenda.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendations. I have nothing more to say on it, but I'm willing to take any questions, Liz.
Do I have a seconder? Sorry, I'm going nuts. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Councillor Lacey.
Thank you very much, and I commend the work of the committee, knowing how important it is to maintain rigorous governance and risk management. I just want to note and make comment on page 76 of our papers, not of the report, where it states that the external auditor identified areas for improvement, which is a good role that they take, particularly in capital scheme management. My observation, given that the council has regularly transferred significant sums from revenue to capital to manage these risks that are ostensibly not being managed as well as they could, from Keckskill to Scarborough, this lack of control on capital scheme management could be said to be having a direct impact on our revenue budget and therefore on frontline services. This is disappointing, to put it mildly. I wonder what decisions we would be making on things like home to school transport were this control on capital spend to be brought more firmly in hand. So I just comment on the good work of the Audit Committee and being able to draw attention to things that really need careful consideration and tightening up in terms of our overall financial management. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who wishes to comment? As council is being asked to note the report. Oh, Councillor Myers, didn't see you down there.
Just in response to Councillor Lacey's point, I wondered whether he could enlighten us to whether the fact that Westmoreland of Furness, a Liberal Democrat controlled council, which yesterday implemented a more draconian reduction in home to school transport, did that because of some inability to grasp capital projects?
I think you've made your point, Councillor Myers. As council is being asked to note the report, again, there's no need to vote on this item. Hopefully we can clear this one before lunch. Item 13, final review of the 2025-26 Community Governance Review. And I call upon Councillor Heather Phillips to move the recommendations on page 91.
Thank you, Chairman. I can assure you that my contribution on this will be considerably smaller than the paperwork involved with it. It's quite a comprehensive report because we believe in making sure that people are consulted effectively. And because of 2 stages of this procedure, I'm sure that those who are interested have had the chance to actually take part. I've had a couple of questions raised about why we have to do community governance reports, and you only need to go to page 2 of the actual report to show the different types of community governance reviews there are. So I hope that people can read that and understand why they seem to think that this is possibly a bureaucratic process that North Yorkshire love to do. Believe me, the amount of time and effort that's put into these, we'd rather not. But we have to be fair to all parishes across North Yorkshire, and I, above all, want to be fair. This is a culmination of a lot of work by the Standards and Governance Committee, and they met on the 30th of June to ensure that they were happy with the work that's gone in. So I would commend this and recommend that we accept the changes as they are necessary, expedient, and in most cases a legal requirement. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Are you seconding Councillor Myers? Fine. Councillor Peacock.
Yes, well, I must admit a lot of work has gone into this, and what Councillor Phillips has said, we have to do this. But in some ways, when you have all the rest of the things we have to do, and our officers have to spend time on this, and a lot of work has gone into it. When what we've got when we finished is basically what we started with. And I look particularly at Hudswell, a very well-run parish council taking care of everybody. Yeah, they do take care of the 4 at Walburn, and I've heard it mentioned in the meetings. So sometimes I think we have to go down these legal processes that cost all this money, and then our residents say, why aren't this pothole done? Why aren't we doing this? Because we're spending money on these sort of things, which unfortunately we have to. And I sometimes think our residents don't understand that. I don't sometimes understand it, never mind residents.
Councillor Murdo.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to thank Councillor Phillips and all the officers that put a lot of work into this report. I'm involved in that a parish meeting, a Thornthwaite parish meeting, which hadn't existed for about 4 years, is now, as a result of this, is incorporated to Dacre Parish Council, which is a very effective council and represents people. The sadness is that when I read through the report, I saw there was only 1 response in the second consultation, and since I responded, and I can only summate that nobody did, and that's a sad indictment actually. But nonetheless, I think it's really important that where there are parishes and communities that don't have proper representation, particularly in view of the fact that we now have a unitary council rather than district and borough councils, it's really important that parish councils are maintained, supported by us as councillors and by the people that live in those parishes. Thank you.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Just to thank Councillor Phillips for effectively bulking up a set of papers, because it would have been quite short otherwise.
We will now move to the vote. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous, thank you. We will now break for lunch, and I would ask you to be back here and ready to start again at 1:45. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. We will now reconvene the meeting.
Before we reconvene, members, if anyone wishes to take their jacket and tie off because it is quite warm, I'm quite happy for you to do so. Unfortunately, I'm pinned into mine, so I can't. Item 14, report of the Standards and Governance Committee on proposed updates to the Members' Code of Conduct. I call upon Councillor Clive Pearson to move the recommendations on page 353 regarding the report of the Standards and Governance Committee on proposed updates to the Members' Code of Conduct. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. This report, on behalf of the Standards and Governance Committee, presents proposed changes to the Code of Conduct for members in reflective of recent changes in affecting publication of councillors' usual residential addresses, and proposes that the monitoring officer undertakes appropriate publicity about the changes of code. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. If I could just speak for a moment. I think I welcome this update, as it were, coming from the government. I think we've all been very minded in the last few days of the very tragic circumstances around elected and previously elected members. And I do know there's people in this chamber who I won't name who have been very concerned about the behaviour of certain people coming to their residence and putting their family, certainly if not at threat, at great concern. So I welcome the opportunity for this to be the default. Obviously, if a member feels passionately that they wish to publish their address, they are absolutely able to do so. But I think for the new members who will be coming in next year, the default should be that addresses are not published. And then if they have had time to consider the position and wish to have their addresses published, then obviously they can do so. But I think for the protection of members, I think it's a very important step forward, and I welcome the government's move on this, Chairman.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the matter? We'll now move to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Item 15, appointments to committees and outside bodies. I call upon Councillor Carl Les to move the recommendations regarding appointments to committees and outside bodies at page 397 of the main agenda.
So moved, Chairman.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Crane. I understand there are some additional appointments to be made by the Conservative group.
Thank you, Chairman. With regard to North Yorkshire Police Fire and Crime Panel, Councillor Peter Wilkinson to step down from the panel and Councillor Heather Morehouse to be appointed in his place. This is to come into effect after the meeting of the North Yorkshire Police Fire and Crime Panel on the 16th of July. Standards and Governance Committee, Councillor Peter Wilkinson to step down from the committee and Councillor Derek Bastiman to be appointed in his place. General Licensing and Registration Committee, Councillor Peter Wilkinson to step down from the committee and Councillor Clive Pearson to be appointed in his place. On the Audit Committee, Councillor Peter Wilkinson to step down from the Audit Committee and Councillor Roberta Swires to be appointed in his place. Also on that committee, Councillor George Dubois to step down from the committee and Councillor Robert Windass to be appointed in his place. Also, and finally, with regard to the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Nathan Hull to step down and myself will be appointed in his place. Thank you.
Are there any other appointments to be made at council today by the other political leaders? Councillor Parsons.
Yeah, well, having reported to the officers, Councillor Burr is coming off the Development Plan Committee, and as we have a dearth of volunteers, I'm afraid they've got me.
Any other leaders? No. Does anyone else wish to speak on the matter? Thank you. We'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? That's passed. Item 16. Statements by executive members and chairs of overview and scrutiny committees. Shall now call on executive members to make a statement if they so wish. At the end of each of those statements, I will ask members of the council whether they have any questions or wish to make any statements. Any questions or statements must be limited to 2 minutes. I remind members that the timer for questions will start after the executive members have introduced their report and will not include their introduction. The statements are from page 399 in the agenda pack onwards. A number of questions have been submitted ahead of the meeting of the council, and I will take these ahead of any questions from the floor. I call on Councillor Richard Foster, Executive Member for Managing Our Environment.
Nothing to add to my written statement, Chair.
I have one question, one question from Councillor Richmore.
Thanks, Chair. At the March meeting of the Scarborough and Whitby ACC, I outlined plans for a citizen science bathing water pilot. That Silence bathing water pilot at Scarborough South Bay is now underway, with trained volunteers using rapid testing to provide indicative daily information alongside the official Environment Agency monitoring. Subject to the success of the pilot, would the exec member be willing to explore with partners a medium-term rollout of community-led testing to provide more regular information for residents and visitors, particularly at South Bay, where the official annual classification is poor, but indicative testing may show that water quality is often suitable on many days during the bathing season? Thank you.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you for that pre-submitted question. Current water quality monitoring relies on periodic sampling and approved laboratory testing during the bathing season. Although essential, these processes are time-consuming and only provide a historic picture of the conditions rather than what is happening when people enter the water. As a result, the public often learn about potential health risks after the fact. Therefore, we will be pleased to explore with partners, community testing, and as we see it as a valuable and powerful tool for extending environmental monitoring and boosting public engagement. Although not a replacement for official monitoring, we recognise that local groups possess a unique connection and geographical knowledge that makes them ideal for leading local monitoring proposals.
Councillor David Staveley.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Foster, as we head into the depths of the tourist season now, I believe what I can best describe as the invasive element of tourism is starting to yield its worst effects. One particular issue that's been constantly raised, that's an endangerment to the wildlife and to residents as well, is the use of disposable barbecues in the open countryside. Could I ask, is there anything that can be done by way of trying to mitigate or, dare I say, ban this sort of practice, because clearly it's something that comes time and again. Littering in general is a big issue, but this particular element of littering has far-reaching effects way beyond the day of the use of the barbecue and the subsequent abandonment of the product, because it would seem that people are struggling to pick them up once they've used them and take them home. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with Councillor Staveley. We do have a problem with disposable barbecues. We have a problem with wildfires. Ilkley Moor was on fire, or Silsden Moor, Ilkley Moor was on fire last night. I'm not saying it's caused by a barbecue, but they're an inherent risk. And I do think the disposable element of the barbecues, I mean, I do question bringing a barbecue and requiring to come to the countryside to cook your food as being essential. You know, the good old picnic was a tried and tested thing. And, you know, where there might be a bit of litter, it didn't actually cause the huge environmental damage of actually having a fire or open or controlled fire within the countryside. I do believe the mayor's launched a petition against. I'm about to say that the Labour mayor for York, I believe, has launched a motion to stop disposable barbecues, and I completely agree with him on this occasion. And I would hope that the Labour group of North Yorkshire could agree with him too. And I do think I'm going to work with the leader as to how either we join that campaign or do something ourselves as to remove disposable barbecues from society. I think they're an unnecessary menace.
I've got time for one more question. Councillor Steve Mason.
Thank you, Chair. Your statement. It's a good statement, but there's one omission I think is quite glaring. And you mentioned heat wave in your opening statement about with regards to the pressure on our coastal services, but do you not think you missed an opportunity here to update the council on how we're helping residents deal with the heat wave, for instance, like opening cooling spaces, those sort of things? And following that question, actually, I think we could do with a bit more information about our climate change plan, how it's drifting a little bit more, and how we're actually going to be mitigating some of the climate change impacts on these places, because evidently we have had no rain for a month. I would say, more or less. We're in the third heat wave of this country, and this council doesn't seem to have anything in their statement at all about it in your statement. You are the member for environment. I would say that's part of climate change.
What was the question, sorry?
I'm happy to go through it again if you want me to. I'm saying, is it an opportunity missed in your statement? You have not referenced anything to do with the heat wave and the climate change impacts.
Possibly not. I would doubt that it's actually an opportunity missed. I think the work is going on. It's ongoing. So the climate change strategy, working with North Yorkshire, is moving at pace now. We've done the consultation on it. So I think you're going to see things and recommendations on strategies coming forward very, very shortly as we move into that piece of delivery. So it's ongoing. The work is happening, and I know you have been contributing to it, Councillor Mason, on very varying levels.
Does that mean we're going to maintain our 2030 target?
See that when the consultation and the strategy comes out.
I call on Councillor Annabel Wilkinson, Executive Member for Education, Learning and Skills.
Thank you, Leader. I have nothing to add, but I just would like to say, if I may, a very big thank you to Children and Young People Services for their sterling work in preparing for today's meeting, for their continuing professional diligence with business as usual while working under such tremendous pressure, and to all those other directorates that have been involved. Thank you.
Okay, I'm aware that you have 3 questions, 2 of which are from Councillor Murday. Would you like them both together or separately?
Thank you, Chair. Separately, I think.
Okay.
They're quite different subjects.
Okay.
But thank you, Chair. Oh, were you? I'm sorry. In the recent heat wave, there were a number of tragic fatalities from drowning, including one within the North Yorkshire boundaries. And I'm sure we would all offer our sympathies to the families involved. But no doubt as a result of global warming and the ongoing increase in incidences of high temperature, the incidence of such temperature extremes will continue to increase, and therefore the risk of children going into rivers and open water. In view of this, I'd like to ask the executive member what proportion of children in infant and primary schools in North Yorkshire have regular swimming lessons as part of their school timetable, and are all children in North Yorkshire exposed to training to promote safety in and around water?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Murday. Firstly, I would like to join you, as I'm sure we all would in this chamber, in expressing our sympathies to the families affected by these tragic drowning incidents. Swimming and water safety are statutory elements of the national curriculum for primary age children. North Yorkshire schools are therefore expected to provide swimming and water safety education, with pupils taught to swim at least 25 metres using a range of strokes effectively and perform safe self-rescue by the end of primary school. Swimming is the only sport specifically included as a statutory requirement with the primary PE curriculum. The Council does not routinely collect data on the proportion of children receiving regular swimming lessons, as the organisation, frequency and delivery of lessons are determined by individual schools. However, swimming and water safety form part of the curriculum offer in North Yorkshire primary schools in line with national requirements. The responsibility to check schools' compliance with the national requirements is delegated to the governing board of the school as part of their accountability role. Please be reminded that there is specific water safety guidance for children and adults considering open water swimming due to the dangers this can present, and even for accomplished swimmers, because water may be deep and can be very cold even during the spells of warm weather. There may be strong currents, which can be a challenge for the strongest of swimmers, especially when combined with deep cold water. And there may be objects and hazards hidden under the water, which can pose a threat. Steep and slippery banks could make it difficult to get back out of the water, and water quality such as toxic algae blooms and industrial agricultural pollution may be hazardous to health. Residents can access Water Safety Code and further advice from the Royal Life Saving Society's website. And I would just like to highlight, you've probably seen in the press this week that Richmond Waterfalls has had water signage put in place so it can warn everybody entering the river swell of the water safety campaign ahead of the school summer holidays. Thank you.
Councillor Murday, your second question.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll cut down. I think people have got the question on their papers. It relates to the homeschool transport issue. When the policy was introduced, it was made clear that there were two separate streams with respect to savings. One set of putative savings would result from the change in policy, and these will become apparent after the post-implementation review, which we've heard this morning. But the second set of savings was proposed would come from efficiency improvements and operational changes unrelated to the new policy. And so in particular, I'd like the executive member to provide a list of all non-policy savings initiatives introduced since September 2024, where available the estimated or actual savings associated with each initiative, and any forecast savings expected from initiatives that have not yet been fully implemented.
Thank you, Councillor Murday, for your second question. A list of all non-policy saving initiatives introduced or planned since September 24. While the non-policy savings initiatives fall into three areas of focus, and these are admissions and transport policy processes, improved efficiency and control of internal processes, and contract and market management. Work is ongoing under all three areas, with some specific initiatives, including a rolling programme of route and network optimism, reducing the use of solo transport, the use of personal transport budgets, reviewing unsafe walking routes and opportunities through the use of new procurement framework and contracting arrangements with the market. Your second question, where available, the estimated or actual savings associated with each initiative. A saving of 425,000 was delivered against the MTFS savings target of 189,000 for non-policy initiatives in 25-26, and this represents the outcome of work on contract optimisation and rationalisation. And your third point, any forecast savings expected from initiatives that have not yet been fully implemented. The current forecasts that are for 26-27, 27-28 MTFS saving targets will be met or exceeded, and this will be reviewed during the financial year in line with progress against initiatives identified. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Grogan, will you take a written answer? We're now out of time.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair. Yes, I'll take a written answer. I've already spoken to you about it. Thank you.
And can I ask the members who indicated they would like to ask a question, if you'd like to do it in writing, then you'll get a written answer as well. Thank you. At this point, I would be calling on Councillor Dadd, but Councillor Dadd is not here, so his questioners will get a written answer. I call on Councillor Mark Crane, Executive Member for Open to Business.
I just wanted to thank Councillor Brown and Shorewright for their very kind words this morning. And if Councillor Shorewright really thinks I'm going to be leader after May, he dislikes me more than I thought he did.
I have no pre-submitted questions, but I have an indication from Councillor Griffiths that he wishes to ask one.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is about the New Yorkshire plan, which is under development. A calling has been made for additional development sites to be put forward. Are sufficient sites coming forward to meet the government's new 5-year housing strategy criteria? And if not, what steps will be taken to meet this criteria?
Yes, the call for sites is reopened. To be clear to everybody, even when the call for sites is not open, if somebody submitted a site, it would still be considered when the next call for site happens. So we are currently out on a call for sites. You can all look at the map, as you're aware, I'm sure, to see where those sites are suggested. We are currently also doing some work to remove sites that are clearly not sustainable or suitable for development. But apart from that, the call for sites is open. We do have a large number of sites, including some very big sites and new towns. And whilst I've always said, both here and elsewhere, that I support new towns, I'm very much aware that they take an awful lot of time in the planning process and will not happen overnight. So we're out on a call for sites, and if there's more sites to come forward that are suitable, then that would be a good thing. I'll also be clear with members, I think we will struggle to meet the targets the government have set us.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Crane, just to ask you about for an update on the situation at the summit in Selby. I believe it is no longer sitting forlorn and empty.
I'm delighted to say that it's no longer sitting forlorn and empty, and that's due to the very good work of some officers here who have found a very suitable tenant to move into that and to reopen it. I was slightly surprised to learn online that our MP was claiming credit, so I looked into exactly what he'd done. Of course, I've only him to thank for being here in the first place. And what he'd done was wrote one letter about 6 months ago asking if something could happen. So clearly, you know, he's doing a fantastic job.
Councillor Griffiths, you wish another question?
It's a follow-on to what I said. You didn't answer my second part of the question. Perhaps you didn't hear it. I do apologise. So I said, if we aren't looking to get the 5-year supply, what steps are being considered to make sure we do get it? So what other options are there if people don't put sites forward? Are you talking about compulsory sites or what?
I mean, that's a position we've never yet been in, and we'd have to take legal advice, I think, on exactly what we did next. I don't think we could suddenly start building houses in the open countryside without a planning permission. And I dare say some people here would be rather upset if we did. So we would have to seek legal advice as to what we do next. And that would be including having consultations with the government.
Councillor Aldrin.
Thanks, Chair. Just a short one. Town investment plans, Mark. You say in your report that there's Richmond are a long way along the way, and indeed it's got a stakeholder group going on. You mentioned 4 other towns coming into play very shortly. Can you tell us which towns those are?
This is why we like written questions, because my honest answer to you is no, I can't.
Any chance of a written circulated answer?
Every chance of a written response to let you know, Councillor Aldred, and congratulations on the shirt you're wearing today.
Pleasure.
Any more questions for Councillor Crinn? No. We then move on to, I call on Councillor Heather Phillips, Executive Member for Corporate Services.
Thank you, Chairman. I just got a couple of points I'd like to emphasise from my report. It's regarding the work of Parish Liaison. We've gone quite a long way along helping our parish colleagues get in touch with us in a more constructive way, and we now have the dedicated website for them. So I hope that those of you who are on parish councils or attend them, because I know some people attend a lot of parish councils, they need to get signed up. So please fly the flag, because it hopefully will make their experience better. And the other one is to emphasise again the continuing nature of change within the planning regime across North Yorkshire. We are getting on very well with getting the old legacy systems amalgamated onto the new one, but there are still areas where we have to go on to, and they are Richmond and Rydell and Minerals and Waste. So can I just say, please bear with us. I know that this is causing a little bit of angst because our response times are not as they should be. We're validating really well in most areas, but it's the feedback that sometimes people are lacking. So bear with me, and hopefully we'll have some good news by Christmas. So I'm only aware of one pre-submitted question.
Councillor Timothy.
Thank you, Chair. Planning enforcement in North Yorkshire, and certainly in Harrogate and Knaresborough, seems to be, at the very least, inconsistent. Just in my division, for example, planning enforcement came down like a ton of bricks on a resident who built a fence 2 inches too far north, but spent so long assessing an unlicensed caravan site in Forest Moor, 3 years, that by the time the council ready to take enforcement action, an application for retrospective planning permission had been submitted. Talking to colleagues, I know that many members have had similar frustrations. What is the executive member doing to ensure that planning enforcement is both consistent and efficient?
Thank you for the courtesy of the written question there. My first point is, in fact, what should have been my last point in a way. We're trying to adopt a new local enforcement plan. Until that is adopted, the Knaresborough and Harrogate area are working to the existing Harrogate LEP. So I think some of your problems are legacy problems, which will hopefully be addressed when the new one comes in. The importance of ensuring that planning enforcement is applied consistently and proportionately across North Yorkshire is recognised. As part of the ongoing planning service restructure, work is underway to align those across all the former districts so that there's common procedures, priorities and service standards. I know that over on the coast, it was maybe inconsistent, to put it politely at times, with enforcement, or non-existent. You could put Councillor Collins agreeing there. The ongoing work to bring all the legacy councils' planning systems onto one system is a step towards this, along with the LPEP. So we need that framework for how cases are prioritised, investigated and progress, helping to improve transparency, consistency and efficiency for residents, councillors and developers alike. It should also be noted that each planning enforcement case is assessed on its individual merits. I think there's some confusion in that enforcement is a substitute for a planning decision you didn't like in the first place, and that's not how it works. Formal enforcement action is discretionary and is generally considered only where a harmful breach of planning control has occurred, and attempts to resolve the matter through negotiation have been unsuccessful. An enforcement notice will only be issued where the local planning authority is satisfied that a breach has occurred and that formal action is expedient, having regard to the development plan and other material planning considerations. Within the former Harrogate area, which includes Knaresborough, the planning enforcement team received 380 enforcement complaints during the last financial year and managed to clear 367. So I think that does show they've got a reasonable workload and they're actually coping with it. And of these cases, half were either no breach of planning control, or the development was immune, or it wasn't expedient. Because I know that some people's perception is expedient means we have to do everything. We have to prioritise our efforts on the most serious breaches of planning. There were 4% of complaints which resulted in further action. So there was 5 enforcement notices, 2 temporary stop notices, 1 stop notice, a hedge remedial notice, and 9 planning contravention notices. And there was a prosecution for tree work done in a conservation area. These figures demonstrate the proportionate approach taken by the planning enforcement team, with formal action being reserved for the most serious or persistent breaches, while many cases are resolved through negotiation or by bringing developments into planning control through the application process. And I think that's what we have to emphasise, is that when something has gone wrong already, it's very difficult to go back and make everything right. Sometimes you have to take a proportionate and expedient view on it, and we'll need to get this consistently across the whole of North Yorkshire. So Harrogate seem to be doing all right in my view. I know 2 inches might seem a little bit, but it might have been a very important 2 inches to somebody. So I'll leave it there.
Councillor Gostelow.
Thank you. Knaresborough Town Council is one of only 2 local councils to have endured the lengthy and challenging double devolution process, giving us unique first-hand experience of what worked and what did not. Why were we not consulted before North Yorkshire Council replaced the scheme with its new community asset transfer policy? Does the executive member accept that ignoring the very local councils who went through the process sends a damaging message about North Yorkshire Council's respect for local government, partnership working in the communities we represent? Just want to note that Knaresborough Town Council has itself been pursuing the transfer of a small community asset with Harrogate Borough Council, then North Yorkshire Council, since 2022. And I'll leave members to draw their own conclusions about what that says.
I think I would robustly defend that. We're aware that you have a desire to take one asset over, and to be honest, the best way of getting what you want is to actually engage with us. If you think we haven't engaged, I think I can probably find evidence that we have. It's up to the officers to obviously go back to you on these things, but I will look into that and see what level of engagement there's been. But come and have a chat with me. All right, I'm very open to it, and I'd like to note that local devolution is vital to make sure that local communities get what they want. And I spoke about this yesterday, so I'd refer you to the executive yesterday where we put that new process in place. So hopefully in the future we won't be having any conversations like this. But speak to me. That's all it takes, and I'll start pushing some levers. Okay.
We're now out of time. I have 2 other people who'd indicated they wish to speak, Councillor Lacey and Councillor Parsons. Can I ask you if you could direct your questions in writing to the portfolio holder and get an answer for everyone? Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Michael Harrison, Councillor Malcolm Taylor, Executive Member for Highways and Transportation.
Thank you, Chairman. And just in addition to my written statement, I just wanted to draw your attention. Hopefully you've seen the On Your Patch emails dropping in your inboxes yesterday afternoon, which is a new initiative to try and keep members more updated with what is a very extensive and complex portfolio. Hopefully there's some good information in there that helps you with your issues on your individual divisions, and useful contact numbers. It is the first edition. We're happy to welcome any feedback, but I think it's a good initiative, and hopefully it will be well received by members and assist you in your day-to-day interactions with your communities. I understand I have 4 pre-submitted questions, Chair.
Councillor Steve Shaw, right, a question regarding bridges.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, question regarding movable structures, which apparently are bridges. We had a meeting recently in Selby at which Keir Mather was present, and he was instructed to press a button to open our new 25-year-old bridge. and was then instructed, don't do it, because if you open it, it will not close. It's been under repair for several months. The purpose of the meeting was to explain that the movable structures needed some considerable amount of work. The council has increased its maintenance budget from 300,000 to £1 million for the 3 bridges in Selby. So we've got the new one, the Old Toll Bridge and Cable Bridge. We were told that the council is looking to put a bid in for £30 million to a £1.5 billion government pot, of which there are 150 known applicants. What happens if? Because going on previous projects in Selby, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for the courtesy of your advance notice. And it was good to see both you and Councillor Proud on Monday in sunny Selby to talk all matters highways and parking. I enjoyed it so much, I'm coming back on Friday to meet Keir Mather. So I'll see which buttons he presses for me. Yeah, it's a serious question, Steve, and thank you for that. The funding bid is focused on securing financial support for a package of 2 schemes that we cannot deliver within the current budget available, which I think you're aware of. We believe that a full bridge replacement represents the most sustainable long-term solution for the A63 Selby bypass and the A19 Selby toll bridge. However, if the bid is unsuccessful, we will need to explore alternative funding opportunities. We are hopeful it will be successful, but we are mindful that that may not get granted. Or consider less extensive interventions in place of a full replacement, which is not the desired outcome. These alternatives could include deck refurbishment works, repairs to the existing timbers and piles, but effectively repairs rather than replacement. The Bridges team have invested significant time and resources into developing this bid, and therefore we are hopeful of receiving some level of funding. Nevertheless, there can be no guarantee of success, and we recognise that any award may be lower than the amount requested or the funding that we need to do these engineering projects. This isn't just a problem to Selby. We have issues right across county, and I'm looking at the Whitby member. We have issues with the Whitby Swing Bridge currently. There are over 2,000 bridges and structures in North Yorkshire. To give you some scale of the problem, many of them are in a very poor state of repair. But we're hopeful of funding, Steve. If we don't get it, I'll probably be knocking on the new Director of Finance's door and the executive member with a problem. But we are fingers crossed. We've done a very good bid, hopefully, and we'll monitor it and keep local members updated.
Councillor Seston.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to preface this question with the acknowledgement that I'm fully supportive of Oliver's Mount as a racetrack and recognise the benefits to the local economy that the fantastic venue brings. What I'm not supportive of is the lack of progress towards a medium-term solution to the access issue caused by the closure of Jackson's Lane, namely a 2-lane access track that has been proposed. As a result of this, the Musham Bank Road has been closed, which is the main access route in and out of Eastfield. Councillor Taylor, please can you explain to residents why the answer provided at the last full council to Councillor Moore was incorrect and this medium-term solution will not be ready for the 3rd race in August, as previously stated, and also why residents will continue to face disruption by races into 2027. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Tom, and thank you for advance notice. I think you're aware, as are the local members, that this is a very potentially, well, it's not potentially, is a complex engineering project and financial implications, further complicated by that some of the land may not actually be owned by North Yorkshire Council, and there are other parties involved in this project. Things change. Things have changed since the last meeting. It was given in good faith at that time, so there was no intention to mislead. Please make that absolutely clear. The limitations of the current temporary track matting solution and the associated traffic management are recognised, and that is why we are progressing the proposal to create a 2-way access track. This is still being finalised, and we will need to secure planning permission before any construction work can take place. The extent of the track that has to be amended in order to tie in with the track is quite complex and involved the developer of the adjacent housing site. May I finish, Chair? Just this last question. Discussions are still ongoing with the track, whether the track that the developer is constructing can be easily widened to 6 metres. Due to the complications experienced and the formal processes still needed to be worked through, it is not expected that the track will be completed in time for the diving events in 2027. In the interim period, we will continue to utilise the temporary track matting solution to ensure access is maintained for racing events at Oliver's Mount, and will work with the race organiser and local members to enhance its operation and endeavour to keep disruption to a minimum. But please be assured this is a priority, it is complex, and we are hopefully making progress. Keep all the members affected and involved updated as and when we have new information.
Councillor Taylor, can I ask that you provide a written response to Councillor Proud and Councillor Griffiths on their questions and circulate it?
I'll certainly do that, Chair.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Michael Harrison, Executive Member for Health and Adult Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to add to the statement submitted. I'm aware that I've had 2 pre-submitted questions.
Councillor Alison Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from the excellent news last month on the effectiveness of the HPV vaccination programme on the reduction of the number of cases of cervical cancer, as Young People's Champion, I am concerned about the health implications on our children whose parents choose to educate them at home. This is another example of these young people potentially missing out due to their parents' choices. Do we know what is done to include them into the programme? I know they are not included in the invitation in schools. I am aware that children who attend school when absent on the day have a second opportunity, but if this is missed, is there a follow-up? So to summarise, what percentage of homeschool children are vaccinated for HPV and any other school-led programmes? And what is the percentage of uptake across North Yorkshire compared to the 76% nationally for all children? And please remember, colleagues, that both boys and girls are now included in the HPV programme.
Thank you. Vaccination UK are commissioned by NHS England to provide the school-age immunisation service in North Yorkshire. The recent introduction of a system by NHS called MAVIS, Managed Vaccinations in Schools, now means that for children in school, the first 2 invitations go directly to the parents using contact details that the school provides. In the case of homeschool children, because Vaccination UK don't have the individual contact details for those homeschool children, they receive their invitation through our Home Education Council team rather than via the schools. So in terms of inviting children to be vaccinated, they still receive the invitations. It's just the method of that invite and the venue of the vaccination that's different, because they'd be more likely to have their vaccination in a clinic rather than a school. Your question is specifically asking about data on the percentage of homeschool children that have received vaccinations. Now, there's no publicly available data on this. The data that is available is on all children vaccinations, which includes the homeschool children. And this shows North Yorkshire children above the England average at 83% for years 8 to 11 combined, compared to the 76% you quoted. And for girls, the figures are better at 85%. So whilst I can't directly answer the question about the percentage of homeschool children who are receiving this or other vaccines, there are no alarm bells ringing from my perspective, as I'm satisfied they are being invited up to 3 times, and our overall vaccination rates are much better than the average across England.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Keane Duncan, a question regarding Colwood Day Centre.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues will likely be aware of the campaign to save Colwood Day Centre in Moulton. This provides vital support to vulnerable adults with a wide range of disabilities. Its service users range in age from their 20s to their 80s. Every individual user has different and unique needs, but all are treated with care, compassion and dignity. For their families and carers, it's a lifeline, and this is why they're fighting so passionately to protect this valued service. The families have asked me to place on record today their sincere thanks to North Yorkshire Council for the exemplary and invaluable care provided at Colwood. The executive member, the corporate director and the whole council should really be immensely proud of Corwood's team of experienced and dedicated staff. The families are not seeking to preserve the bricks and mortar of the current Corwood building, but they are seeking reassurance that the care, support, stability and sense of community their loved ones receive at Corwood will continue. So can the executive member please give families that reassurance at this time of great concern and worry about the future of care in the Rydale area? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for a moment there, I thought this was statement to executive members rather than questions to the executive members. And I hope you'll indulge me because I've only got 40 seconds left after that to actually answer the question. When individuals have an assessed adult social care need, then the council has a duty under the Care Act to ensure that those care needs are being met. I've always maintained that meeting the care and support needs of the individuals who attend Corwood Day Centre is my priority, regardless of any decision about that or any other provision, and that duty extends to anyone across the whole of North Yorkshire with an assessed need, not just Rydale. Thank you.
So Lacey, I'll let you nip in quick.
It is relatively short, and apologies for not submitting it previously, and happy to have a conversation. But the care and support hubs, which I've previously welcomed, excellent scheme, the developments of these hubs, but I want us all to recognise that there will be impacts for local residents when these are built. So I note that these are coming to planning. I trust that our planning officers are not carried away by the following wind and neglect to consider reasonable objections locally that can be mitigated through local engagement and appropriate Section 106 or SIL arrangements. So can I ask the Exec Member for Health to assure the Council that every effort will be made to ensure that new care and support hubs will be welcomed by their local communities rather than felt to be parachuted in from on high? Thank you.
Thank you. So the care and support hubs, two of which have been identified in detail at the moment, are subject to pre-planning consultation as any application or any applicant would be expected to do. And then a formal planning application is submitted to the council. And so the council has two faces to this. There's the Health and Adult Services support team who are submitting the application, and then there's the council planning team that need to coordinate determining it. And it's no different for Health and Adult Services than any other applicant, and they have a duty to consult, which they are doing, and obviously any planning considerations will come forward as part of the application process.
Call on Councillor Simon Myers, Executive Member for Culture, Arts and Housing.
Thank you, Chairman. Nothing to add.
Councillor Andrew Timothy, a question regarding empty residential properties.
I did not have my question ready. I was not expecting that. But thank you, Chair. As Councillor Myers is aware, there is a privately owned house in Hookstone which has been left abandoned. I'm aware of similar buildings in other members' divisions. This house standing empty is frustrating to local residents who consider it an eyesore and, in the adjoining semi-detached property, a potential hazard. I understand that the council has been preparing a policy for the management of empty residential properties. Could Councillor Myers please give an update on the progress of the empty homes policy, including what he is doing to bring long empty, privately owned properties back into use?
Can I thank Councillor Timothy for the courtesy of sight of this question beforehand. I know that it's a matter that is of concern to councillors across the patch and to residents who find nothing more offensive than empty properties and their propositions to build new ones. So it is very important we get a grip with it. If I might just precede my remarks and send you a slightly more detailed response and circulate it, particularly in regard to that particular property. The current state of play is that the Overview and Scrutiny Group has set up a task force to consider the issue of empty properties across North Yorkshire and to develop a strategy for addressing them They are expected to complete their work this year, and I hope that a new policy will come to a full council in March or April of next year. But in the meantime, I will include on my written response to you a contact number and email for anyone concerned about empty properties in North Yorkshire.
Councillor Richmore.
Thank you, Chair. You've covered quite a bit of Scarborough in your report, so thank you for that. But members might also be thrilled to learn that you did miss off the giant deck chair trail, which has been welcomed by many, but it's been castigated, unfortunately, for its controversy over its AI depictions by local artists. So my question then, looking ahead, given the growing use of AI in creative industries, can the exec member commit to ensuring that future public art commissions prioritise human artists and actively support local creative talent wherever practicable, rather than defaulting to AI-generated work? What steps will the council take to ensure local creatives are made aware of such projects and have meaningful opportunities to participate in future public arts and cultural commissions? Thank you.
I thank Councillor Moore for notice of his question in writing, although in fairness, Councillor Moore, the only bit of it that was replicated in your verbal question was the last paragraph. So it's your point is the rehearsed point of concern in the media about the use of AI on the deck chair trail, which has generally been very well received. And I think all creatives in North Yorkshire will share your concern about overuse of AI. There were a particular set of circumstances in the fairly short commission of that in Scarborough that resulted in that. As you know, we have very close collaboration with the creative sector across North Yorkshire. We issue, all members receive when I send it on to them, a monthly cultural newsletter, which has all sorts of opportunities. If they have a symposium every year, to which I will make sure you're invited in December in Northallerton, which is convenient for those who don't live in Skipton. And but yes, we have a pan-discipline approach, and we hope to give opportunities to everybody to work with us on whatever creative programmes there are across North Yorkshire. As you know, I'm a great supporter of those in the creative sector.
Councillor Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the executive member if you think indeed football is coming home, and will he be promoting North Yorkshire to celebrate that fact if it indeed does happen next week? Thank you.
Does this give me an opportunity to sing a Jude and Putney?
No, bad enough when it's all.
Football is coming home to North Yorkshire very specifically in terms of Scarborough, which is wonderful news. Scarborough Athletic are playing Barnsley in their first friendly back in their new pitch on the 25th of July, which I hope everybody will attend. It will be a great, great day. More broadly, of course, I welcome every success of the England team. I shall be raising a glass to them this evening, and I wish them victory against the Argentinians. I will be very disappointed if they don't win. I will equally be very, very disappointed if Scarborough Athletic, with a shiny new pitch, can't thrash Barnsley.
I have one more question, which I'm going to allow. Lindsay Burr, Councillor Burr.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Yes, I've just got one question for you, and it's regarding empty properties. And I raise this question because we have got a number of empty properties in Norton, which are giving residents some concern that they are not out to our residents to live in. So first of all, I must thank you for liaising with me regarding this matter, but there are some outstanding issues that just need to be addressed. So we have purchased, the council has purchased property in Norton, and that is very welcomed and very wanted in the area. However, these properties have been empty for some considerable time. And I do understand that you're not quite sure when we bought them, but you are looking into this for me. Residents are worried that obviously they're empty, they're unoccupied, but what they would like to know is exactly why and when they are going to be occupied. Thank you.
As Councillor Byrne knows, I share her concern about property owned by this council sitting empty in North Yorkshire. The fact is those were houses that we bought from Yorkshire Housing. They have needed refurbishing. And what's been holding us up of late, and I think the last bit of work that needs to be done, are fire doors. I'm not happy about it anymore, but she is. I'm afraid I don't have a date on me today. I'll get that to her. But I think we are nearly there. But I agree with her. They need to be brought into use. I hope we got the grounds maintained after she asked for it. I did get onto that, so I hope they're looking all right.
Call on Councillor Janet Sanderson, Executive Member for Children and Families.
Thank you, Chairman. I've nothing to add. However, I would draw your attention to the link to the Corporate Parenting Group annual report within my station. And I'd like to thank their chairman and her very dedicated team for their excellent work over the year. This really is a group that demonstrates exemplary cross-party working and gets the very best results for our children. And I never knew Councillor Ritchie had such fantastic barbecue skills. It's also timely to remind Council that we are all corporate parents, and any opportunities that arise in your divisions, we'd be really grateful if you could pass those on to us. I'm aware that I have one question from Councillor Aldred, which was submitted just before this meeting started this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Aldred.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Sanderson, for taking the question in short notice. The council rightly says foster carers are our greatest asset. But this week, Harrogate members have received a very comprehensive email from an experienced foster care team, that's a husband and wife, detailing a very harrowing case which has left them, in their own eyes, with no alternative but to withdraw from providing care for this particular complex individual. Obviously, we can't get into the specifics in the council chamber, and I wouldn't expect you to. But they do claim that they haven't had timely support from NYC officers, and that is a significant factor for them in reaching this decision, which they have made with a very heavy heart, really. My question is, does the executive member agree that if experienced foster carers are increasingly withdrawing, and part of this is because they feel undervalued or treated as unpaid volunteers rather than skilled professionals, which they are, we risk losing more of them through retirement or even moving to independent agencies who pay more. So what concrete actions, not just words, will the executive take over the next 12 months to improve their experience and working conditions with a view to retention?
Thank you, Councillor Aldred, for submitting that question. It's a really important question. I wanted to start by thanking all of our foster carers for the incredible role they play in the lives of children and young people. They are highly valued members of our children's services team and are central to our role as corporate parents. It's actually worth noting that 74% of our children in care are placed with foster carers, which is higher than the national average, which is between 64 and 67%. Recently, I've had several conversations and email exchanges with foster carers at events such as the Tea and Scone celebration event. This was a really useful opportunity to listen to the views and issues and, in some cases, some very personal experience of some of our valued carers. The event celebrated our foster carers and I was privileged to present our long service awards. This included one married couple who had fostered for an incredible 30 years. We recognise that caring for children with increasingly complex needs can be challenging, and carers must feel well supported if they are to continue in that role. Councillor Alldred, I'm sure you will appreciate that it would not be appropriate for me to get into details of individual cases, as you've intimated, and for a number of reasons, not least the potential for safeguardings of a vulnerable child. However, I do agree with you that retaining experienced foster carers is critical. If carers feel undervalued or undersupported, we risk losing them at a time when fostering services nationally are facing significant recruitment and retention challenges. This is why our Fostering Service North Yorkshire strategy places a strong emphasis on supporting and retaining carers. Over the next 12 months, we will continue to strengthen support through our dedicated fostering social workers, 7-day out of our service, Mockingbird programme, which I think we're on, is it Mockingbird 4 or 5 now? We give peer support networks, enhanced training and specialist support for carers looking after children with very complex needs. We've also continued to invest in competitive fostering allowances and fees, and we will keep listening to carers so that their experiences directly shape service improvements. Ultimately, the best way to show that we value foster carers is through the support, respect, and practical help we provide. Retaining experienced carers remains one of our highest priorities because stable, loving homes deliver the best outcomes for our children. Finally, Councillor Alldred, if you'd attended the executive meeting yesterday, you may have followed the approval of our Children's Care Sufficiency Strategy dated 2026 to 2029, entitled Homes for Children. It's a strategy looking at all our child placements, including foster care. Thank you.
Now come to Scrutiny Board and Overview and Scrutiny Chairs. Will chairs of Scrutiny Board and the Overview and Scrutiny Committees indicate how they wish to speak on their statements or add further information? I will call for questions after all chairs who wish to speak have done so. No chairs indicating, right. Scrutiny Board. Alison Baker, any questions? Scrutiny of Health, Andrew Lee is not present. Transport, Economy, Environment and Enterprise Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Any questions for David Staveley? No. Children, Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Caroline Goodrick. Any questions for Councillor Goodrick? Councillor Lacey.
Apologies again, but I did email this earlier today and it couldn't have gone in on time. Referring back to home to school transport again, I'm afraid, but just a brief question. Late on Friday, the council admitted that errors existed within the live GIS mapping system used to determine home to school transport eligibility. Officers have also confirmed that they are still assessing the scale and impact of the problem. Given these facts, does the chair of the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee believe that it was appropriate for the appeals panel, of which she was a member, to proceed with determining appeals before these investigations have been completed? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lacey. Officers are working to assess the impact regarding the small number of schools affected and are liaising with the relevant teams who support Stage 2 appeals process to ensure that the Appeals Home to School Transport Committee are kept fully appraised and have all the current and accurate information that they need to make informed decisions. As such, the appeals should continue as scheduled to help ensure that parents and carers received a prompt response and resolution to the appeals. And just so that you are aware, on Monday we had 6 appeals and none of them were affected by this, and it would have been remiss of the committee not to hear those appeals and have those decisions out there. I would remind you also that I am not chair of that committee or vice chair. It has its own chair and vice chair.
Housing, Leisure, Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Steve Shaw-Wright. Any questions? Care and Independence Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Barbara Brodigan isn't present. Corporate Partnership Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Andrew Williams. Any questions? Not present. Okay. We come to item 17, the use of special urgency procedures since the last meeting of the council. I note from the report that special urgency procedures and call-in exemption procedures were not used in relation to any decision taken since the last meeting of the council on 20th of May. I call on Councillor Les to move the recommendations regarding the use of special urgency procedures since the last council meeting on page 445 of your papers.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm absolutely delighted to say that for once on this item, I've got absolutely nothing to say.
Do you have a seconder, though? Is there anyone, well, I was going to say, is there anyone who wishes to speak, but there's not much point, really. The report is only for noting, so. Item 18, Council Procedure Rule 10 questions. Are there any questions for the chairs of any other of the council's committees? Councillor Seston.
Thank you, Chairman. A question to Councillor Peter Wilkinson in his capacity as Police and Crime and Fire Panel Chair. Over the last few years in Eastfield, we've seen a spike in cases of youth antisocial behaviour, both in the severity and the number of incidents. In April, a woman in her 70s was tormented by a group of youths on Eastfield High Street who circled around her on their bikes, taunting her and closed in to flick the side of her head as they went past. As you can imagine, the woman was left highly distressed by this thuggish behaviour. In response to this, I wrote to our Deputy Mayor for Police, Fire and Crime, Joe Coles, and asked the possibility of a meeting to reassure residents about the spate of incident and allow residents to voice their concerns. I received a response from a staff member that my query had been forwarded to the relevant department manager and I would receive a response shortly. 6 weeks later, I received an email from a different member of Deputy Mayor's staff asking if a recent pre-planned appearance at the Scarborough and Whitby Area Committee by the police sufficed as a response to my query, which, as you can imagine, did nothing for residents. But perhaps it ticks the box for me to go away. So I'd like to ask the Chairman, Councillor Wilkinson, questions. What is the point of Joe Coles, please? And I would also like it placed on record that she can find Eastfield very easily when there's a by-election to campaign but can't reply to an email from its councillor. Thank you.
Thank you for your question and thank you for putting it in writing. I don't think it's my role to justify what the Deputy Mayor does, but the Police and Crime Panel does have a responsibility to scrutinise the Deputy Mayor's performance. We have a meeting, Police and Crime Panel meeting here tomorrow morning, and I'm happy to table parts of your question to her regarding a meeting with the community. I will ask her to justify her existence.
That's the end of the agenda for this meeting of the council. Thank you, members, for your patience during the meeting. The meeting is now closed and the live broadcast will stop.